Good afternoon. This is the March 20th, 2024 reconvened school board meeting, recessed from March 19th, reconvening at 5:30 p.m. Our mission is to provide an excellent and equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so that all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Lopez,
Here.
Colonel Alvarado's excused and Colonel Coe is expected. Mr. Burgess,
Here.
Mrs. Burnett,
Here.
Mr. Dorn,
Here.
Miss Maple,
Here.
Miss Marotti,
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson is excused, Mrs. Hardy.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
At this time, Dr. Meinert.
Thank you, President Hardy. A couple updates for the board as Mr. DeGraw and I were going over the budget. Wanted to provide you some context into some areas that could have some reductions, plus a recommendation potentially for an add back. And so one of the reductions based on last night's decision to close Ben Eielson, there's a 0.4 FTE activity coordinator that was not factored into the overall savings. And so that's a reduction that could be made, and that funding could be used to help offset the deficit that's still before the board this evening. Another area we looked at as we thought more about the smart van and the consensus around that. That was $95,000, and thinking about that more, that might be more appropriately paid for out of the transportation fund rather than the general fund. Of course, we've had lots of conversations around the shortage potentially in that transportation fund down the road. But if the board wished to move, the expenditures of the smart van to the transportation fund, that would be our recommendation, as it wouldn't be a general fund expense. Two other small additions. We could take $10,000 off of the assessments. We re-looked at the assessments, and we could actually bring that from $20,000 to $30,000 for a reduction. And then also reduce $10,000 for the Youth Leadership Institute. Ms. Marotti brought a wonderful opportunity our way this week, and I'm working with AASB on a potential grant to send students to youth leadership institutes in the future for free through this grant. And so I'm confident that we could reduce that $10,000 that we have budgeted for that. The last piece I wanted to touch on in talking about the grade 6 secretary reduction. I was thinking about now that the decision's been made for Eielson, the influx of students from Eielson to North Pole adds 150, 160 students to North Pole. It would be my recommendation not to make a cut to that grade 6 secretary there, given the increase. They already have one less secretary than West Valley and Lathrop. And in terms of looking equitably between those three schools, they would be in similar size next year. So it would be my recommendation not to cut the grade 6 secretary there, which would need to add $60,000 back into the budget. So those are my updates. I know Mr. DeGraw has done some work on some documents in front of you, and then some additions into Balancing Act. And so if Ms. Hardy's okay with that.
We have some questions for you, Ms. Marotti.
Just a quick one. What would be the activities coordinator 0.4 from Ben Eielson? What would be the savings?
48,000.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Meinert on those? Not seeing any. Mr. DeGraw.
All right, thank you, President Hardy. So you have a couple of documents in front of you in the agenda packet. One is a memo from Dr. Meinert describing the high-level changes, changes from the proposed budget to the recommended budget. So obviously not a complete list of all of the adjustments, but the big rocks, the big items, just kind of summarizing, moving from the proposed budget to the recommended budget. The second document is a motion resolution listing out the total of all funds. And that's just a document that is provided to the board each year as part of the recommended budget process. So after the board is done with its work of, potential adjustments that we'll make this evening, as I've mentioned earlier, my staff, after we're complete and we feel like we're at the point of where we're landing on a final recommended budget, we'll take a recess, hopefully more brief than long, depending on the number of changes. It's possible the numbers might not change at all, but we'd like to take probably at least a minimum of a half an hour break to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Just, I can't really, this might have been the most hectic day I've had in my 6 years in the district. A ton of work, super proud of my team, Miss Nielsen and Miss Herbert. I can't even articulate, a $230 million budget and numbers just moving everywhere. And so we've done a lot of work. We just want to make sure that we keep things accurate for the board, and we pride ourselves on that tremendously. So hopefully no more than a half an hour break, and then we should be able to come back with finalized documents that the board would then act on, be voting on those final numbers officially for their recommended budget. Any questions on those documents? Hopefully they're pretty straightforward, but if there's any questions, I can answer them.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. And so, President Hardy, at your pleasure, we can jump back into the balancing act tool. Is that all right?
That sounds great.
And I, just a side note on this tool, I can't articulate probably well enough how much I've enjoyed this. I think it's been monumentally helpful. I didn't even realize at one point, I'm realizing board members are in their own tools and using that. So hopefully, provide me feedback, on the side or down the road. But I couldn't imagine what we've just done in the last few days without this tool. So I'm very, very pleased that we were able to find it. There it is. All right, so Dr. Meinert just mentioned a few changes. I'm just going to update. We made a couple of minor adjustments to the tool from last evening to today. Nothing has changed on the revenue side. We have the $67 million that was discussed yesterday. In the state revenue, we have the same 340 and the Alaska Reads Act additional dollars there. So nothing has updated on the revenue side. On the, okay, it was a lot of information going on today, so bear with me. Yes, so here in support staff in the secondary category, yesterday it was 3 secretaries at the high school level. Pertinent to Dr. Miner's comments on the struggles that North Pole High School would go through, we've broken that out into categories of 2 FTE and 1 FTE to give the board the opportunity to make that adjustment if they so please. You'll notice the reduction last evening. So to the top line, it's a $247,000 deficit. It was 295, 296-ish last evening. That's a reflection of we went ahead and took the liberty of reducing the 1.0 add of an activity coordinator down to it's a net 0.6 add, because with the closure of Ben Eielson High School, there was a natural reduction of that 0.4 FTE activity coordinator. That's the $48,000 value Dr. Meinert referenced. So reducing the deficit by that $48,000.
Do you want me to ask?
And that might be a complete list of the changes, I believe. Dr. Minor also referenced the pot, and really, I would say technically it would be the correct route to go. Technically, the smart van would be a transportation fund expenditure. And so technically, it would be the right approach to that. That would still be the intent to stand up a smart van, and that expenditure would be made out of the transportation fund. So not a change in the in the tool, but we would simply, as the board discusses that, and if it's the board's desire to go that route, we would simply uncheck that box on the screen, and the intent would still be there. It would just not be out of the general fund. We would shift that to the transportation fund.
I would say, like we did yesterday, if we can form consensus without motions, we should start there and then save the trickier things for later. Ms. Burnett.
I agree with that, and I would like to take that van and put it in the transportation fund.
Does this reflect the proposed things that Dr. Minert already put in there? So 10K to grants, 10K from assessments, and then the 0.4 FTE already checked off in there?
Yeah, President Hardy. So it does reflect the 0.4 FTE. Let me go to that section to show that. Let me go to secondary. So I just unchecked the box for the smart van. So the deficit reduced down to 152. The moving to activity coordinators. Right here, my cursor is on the 0.6. Yesterday, last evening, that was a 1.0, and it was about 120,000-ish. It might have been 120. Now it's a $72,000 cost to make that add. So that is built in to the tool. That reduced it to from the 296 down to the 248. I unchecked the box on the van down to 152. So it does not include at this point adding back in a grade 6 secretary. I showed where we can do that. It does not, we won't have time to add, we'll just need to mentally take note of a $20,000 total reduction in the cost that Dr. Minert referenced, but we can certainly make those adjustments in a recess that we take to our budgeting software.
I would like to see the grade 6 secretary added back in for the district's recommendation.
So just unchecking that box reduces the reduction from 3 FTE down to the 2 FTE. So about a $215,000 deficit.
Ms. Maple.
Can you collapse them so I can see what your totals are in each? I'm not matching. I want to figure out where I've gone wrong.
Absolutely.
Okay, I match that one, that one, that one.
And if I may.
Mr. DeGraw.
And if board members would like me to go through a specific category to, yeah, we have our screens, at least just that one looks like. If a board member would like me to go through a specific category, I can do that.
Ms. Maple.
I show all the same totals, but my deficit says 154,800. 282,700, 1.1 million, 365,000, 1.6 million, 2.2 million, 800,000.
I'm wondering if it gets over $1 million, it could be still rounding in those category top lines. I'm wondering if.
It's okay, I'll follow along on yours. I have BSA and Alaska, how much Alaska Reads do we? Yep. All we've changed so far is the counselor, right? Or the secretary, right? In the van.
The .4 activity coordinator. Are you still in a version showing 1.0 activity coordinator?
Did you reopen it?
I did reopen it, but increase activity coordinators by 0.6.
72,000, yes.
That's marked on mine.
Yeah.
How weird. Okay, that's okay. I'm off by 60,000. What cost $60,000?
You have one or two selected on your secretary. You're gonna wanna select two, not, and then unselect one if it's selected.
I selected just 2.
Is this-
So is it safe to say, given that we have 20K that's not presented there, that we have a $200,000 deficit? That is what we need to reduce today.
194,800, yep.
Okay. And to the administration, are there any recommended cuts from you beyond those at this time, or things that,
No,
Okay.
no additional.
okay. So it's our work, guys. Ms. Maple,
I would like to revisit the additional FMD cut conversation. Do I need to make a motion to do that?
until we need to, are you saying reducing, tell us what you propose.
I would propose the reductions, the additional reductions that are not line items or personnel specific for FMD reductions that were added to the tool.
And
Yes.
just to
Mr. Vidal.
clarify, Ms. Maple, both the $200,000 total or just one?
I suppose I'd like to start the conversation at both and see what the rest of the board thinks.
Right. Ms. Burnett, then Mr. Doran.
I would like to see that down at 1.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, I would like to see it as none. And I'm trying to just remember, last night, we did actually have a motion, I believe, on this one, and I cannot remember, given the lateness of the hour last night, whether it passed or did not.
So for the listening audience, there was a motion last night. The motion was split. It was for 1 and then adding in others. When it was split, both motions ended up failing, and I was clear at the time, it was a ruling of the chair that that did not defeat us putting in there again due to the split motion. All it allowed us to do was say that that particular combination and the way we were doing it wasn't okay, and that the board could choose to come back in and add things as we went. I'm in support of 1. Mr. Doran.
And I'm going to, I just want to express my concern that FMD has taken cuts every year. Our buildings are showing that. And if we want to keep our buildings going, I think it's extremely important that we have these supports.
Ms. Maple.
I just want to express, I don't disagree with Mr. Doran on that. I fully understand, and from the conversation last night, like I continued to reflect on it. And where I've landed and why I bring it back up is that every conversation that we're having, that's the potential impact, you know, and we've made those cuts across the board. And every one of them sucks. And we're left with this much smaller now for today's purposes piece that we're trying to attack. And this is, while I know I understand that it's consistently been done, before my time and and every iteration of the budget, it is the place that we haven't touched yet this year. So I do hear you, Mr. Dorn, and I respect what you're saying. And I see that is a direct negative impact. So I'm unfortunately in favor of it, knowing that that's the negative impact. I just wanted to clarify that.
Ms. Marati?
I wanted to support the 200,000. I just like has been said before me, I hear the impact. I also hear the impact on our, reducing teachers, our educators in our school. I hear the impact of reducing admin in our administration building. I hear the impacts on all of them. And also we still have to balance the budget at the end of the day. Mr. Dorn, Mr. Gra, I apologize. Could you collapse them all? I'm also off. Could you collapse them all and just real slowly go through? I'm sorry.
Would it be good to go through each?
I think for the listening public, we were going to review what was cut anyways. Let's review it now.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
I don't
This
think
was a good suggestion.
I
Thank
don't
you,
think
Ms.
it'll take
Marati.
very long.
Nope.
All right, and then, yeah, we'll pick up where we left off. So in elementary schools, probably don't need to review revenue. We got that straight. Okay. So elementary, we have kindergarten PTR at 25, status quo. We have grades 1 through 5 restored back to status quo of 25. Certified other staff in the elementary ranks, we've reduced a total of 7 ELP teachers, the 4 and then 3 additional. We've reduced 1 Barnett FTE certified teacher. We're tracking the 1 million increased Alaska READS Act assumption with an increase of $1 million in READS Act implementation costs. We are additionally tackling $82,000 of screening expenses with additional READS Act funding. We are restoring the 17 kindergarten aides reduced in the proposed budget. We are reducing 50% of discretionary supply budgets at the elementary level. We are reducing 50% or 7,000 of ELP supply allocations. We are reducing activities funding by 50%. On to secondary schools. We are restoring PTR at middle school to 27. We are restoring high school PTR to 30. We are reducing 2 FTE assistant principals at high schools. We are increasing activity coordinators district-wide at secondary schools by 0.6 FTE. This might be it, Ms. Maple, there's a 60,000 on the nose. Yep, we are restoring 2 FTE ELP middle school teachers. And so that leaves a 0.5 FTE reduction compared to the proposed budget. We are reducing Hutchinson High School by 1 FTE teacher. Now with today's adjustment, we're reducing 2 FTE secretaries at high schools rather than 3. Safety assistants, not a reduction of the position, just a reallocation, recoding of the funding source to a grant. We're reducing the Westcott Pool fee as well as the swim aid at North Pole Middle. We're reducing discretionary supply budgets by 219,000 or 50%. Activities remaining status quo at the secondary level. We're reducing ELP supplies specifically at high schools by by 50% or $7,500. In the alternative programs category, we're realizing $225,000 of tuition savings with North Star College. We're reducing one FTE North Star College teacher. We are reducing the reentry assessment funding account by $20,000. We're reducing Board of Education travel budget by $10,000. We are reducing the curriculum materials budget by $700,000. We are reducing our annual teacher laptop replacement payment by $386,000. We are reducing ADC expenditures by $500,000. We are closing Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. In the FMD category, at this point, we're maintaining current custodial services as well as this is the topic we're on currently with the board as we shifted to this activity. I have selected a reduction of $100,000 in FMD expenditures. And then we are eliminating the $800,000 transportation subsidy that was included in the proposed budget.
Ms. Burnett?
If we reduce FMD, how easy is that to add back? Is this one of those that'll be a complicated thing, or is that an easy, we can throw that back real fast?
It's my understanding that all of the positions are filled, so it would be an elimination of the position. But depending on when that add back came, then it's, a potential that person wouldn't lose their position.
And a follow-up?
Yes.
Could I one more time get an explanation on what this position is, what we would be, or do we not know that?
No, we absolutely do not know.
What
that.
would be the effects then of this reduction?
I don't know. This is a relatively new, this would be a new topic that we would vet out. Obviously, Ms. Carrion would look at her department and make the call on that. But my educated guess is that it would be a position. Supply and material and equipment budgets over the years have just been whittled down to, we're running 1980s equipment in some corners of the FMD department. So I'm venturing to guess it would be a position.
Ms. Marati?
Oh, it's not about this topic.
Oh,
It's about the
it's
budget.
a new idea. Were you okay moving on, Ms. Burnett, or did you want to? I have some ideas too,
I don't have to go yet. I can wait.
so. We can circle back. Mr. Doran?
To this question, through the chair to the administration, if you could address maybe that answer where that might be on this. But in particular, I'm interested in last night during the discussion, Dr. Minot, you had related these FMD positions with the district administration cuts. We've included 500,000 in district administration. The implication I got was that this would actually make that 600,000, but if you could elaborate on what that connection is.
Yeah, That's certainly our thought. Hearing, the conversation at the board level around potential FMD cuts and then cuts at the ADC, a lot of that conversation has been centered around our non-representative employees. And so, to your question about where I see this cut coming from, there's certainly ESSA positions that are not filled that we could take a look at cutting, but it's my understanding right now in the FMD world and the non-rep side of things, all of those positions are filled. And so, when I'm looking at our administrative team, I look at the FMD administrators as a part of the ADC. They're not separate from. And so truly, the $500,000 cut at the ADC, and now with this additionally, that's $600,000 worth of cuts. And as you've mentioned, in an area where we've continually cut over the years. And one thing about administrative cuts, those very rarely, if ever, come back. Once administrators are gone, it's very difficult for the board to add those back. And so that would be kind of my word of caution there, is it is tough for future boards to bring those positions back.
Ms. Marati? What? It's not about. So we can circle back to FMD, or do we want to answer this right now? Or are we still hearing possible options from others? Ms. Burnett?
I'm just struggling with this cut. I don't know. I'm not in support of one. That's where
Can
I'm
you
at.
clarify, not any, or?
Not any.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not in support of any.
Yep. I'm okay. Oh, Ms. Maple, sorry.
Rather than making a decision on this one, I would like to hear other suggestions and, yeah, okay.
So I'm okay on checking it, and then if we need to circle back, we can, and we can continue the conversation. Ms. Marati?
I have two confirmations, one question. Can we just confirm, if approved, then the transportation fund will increase by 95,000 for the smart van, so this one right here?
That's correct.
Okay. And the operating fund will decrease by that? Because is the operating fund currently included, in 95 included in the operating fund?
Yes, but let me find out the answer to that question.
Bona fide?
But yeah, it's not in our budgeting software yet.
Got you, so it doesn't
that-
be added to?
Correct.
Okay,
So that would be included in updates we'll make. Well, it won't. If it would have been approved in the general, that would have been an example of an update we would have made, but it's not in there yet, so that won't change.
but it will be included in the update under student transportation
Transportation,
fund.
correct.
Got it.
Yep.
May I ask another?
Yes, Ms. Marati.
Cool. Also to confirm, our deficit on the screen says 114,800, but it's actually, if we take out that 20,000, it's 94,800, correct?
Yes, and I just unchecked the 100, so it's back to 214 temporarily, but
Okay.
yeah, if that was checked, you're correct.
Okay.
If you're, in favor of that, you can mentally subtract 20
Okay.
from the
I-
amount.
I will do that. I have one more question if you'd like.
Ms. Marati?
We're going to go completely different direction now. We are significantly reducing the ELP program, and I just want to confirm, and I vaguely remember having this conversation prior, but I want to confirm that by reducing the ELP program by all but one educator in that program for elementary, we are within our legal bounds, we're okay with deed, and we're okay with the sped department.
Yes.
Through the chair.
Oh, sorry. Yes, and we do have Kate Hall here this evening that could speak to that in more detail if you'd like.
Just, yeah, I would love
Okay.
just a review of that.
So there are statutory requirements related to ELP that I don't have the 3 points right in front of me at the moment, but eligibility was a big one. And so having at least one person available to be able to do screenings and assessments and set up individual plans for students, we'll have to rewrite our plan to the state, but they've been clear that that's 100% doable.
Ms. Burnett?
I appreciate Ms. Marati and that question because I have been stewing on this ELP thing all night. I have a question because I do feel that we're really, really hitting elementary hard here. So correct me if I'm wrong through the chair to the admin. ELP in middle school. In middle school is when they start offering maybe not AP programs, but honor programs. There's like an advanced program of like algebra or things like that. Honors program of some sort.
I'd love for Mr. Beam to speak about that because there has been some changes in the way that we do that. I would like to say that at the middle school level, we start to offer electives for students, but specifically to the honors, I'd like Mr. Beam to speak to that.
Excuse me, correct. So math-wise, we don't have those types of classes anymore, and there's no honors. However, in math, you still can move on to take Algebra 1 as a 7th grader or 8th grader, and then you can go from there. So they're not honors per se, but you can move up like that.
Ms. Burnett?
Excellent. So my question would be then, what if we put back 2 of the elementaries, so we would have 3 ELP in elementary and took away 2 from middle school? That still leaves middle school with ELP, that still leaves elementary with ELP, but in my thought process here, there's a lot of electives in middle school and high school. And so if we could just affect elementary less, I don't know, that's just where my head is.
Ms. Marati, then Ms. Maple, then Mr. Doran, then me.
A lot of opinions. Sorry about that. Thank you for furthering the conversation. I will, it is not my expectation that we do have it, but I would be remiss to ask, do we happen to know the percentage of utilization of ELP for those that qualify? So how many students qualified, or, because they have to test in, right? So how many qualified for ELP and those that actually took it for both secondary and elementary? And it's okay if we don't. I wish I would have thought of this.
Do we have that data? I would imagine elementary is almost 100%, and then secondary is the big unknown to me, whether or not they choose that elective. Do we have any of that data?
It is an elective choice, and so not all students do have that. I've looked at it specifically in the past, and if I were to give you a percentage, I'd be making it up. But there's a significant number of students that do not choose to take ELP as an elective in middle school, and I can definitely get you specific numbers if you would like. The overwhelming majority of elementary school students that are eligible do take that opportunity.
And at the middle school level, that's oftentimes because it conflicts with another elective that they might want to take, such as a CTE course or a music course.
So sorry, Maple.
Yes,
Higher utilization in elementary than.
And if I may, they also have the opportunity to take ELP up to 6 times in the middle school, so they often don't repeat it. They might take it once in 6th grade, once in 7th grade, and then choose not to do it again because it's offered both semesters, all 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Maple?
I agree with Ms. Burnett on this. I had heard from the majority of the testimony, and I'd heard ahead of our conversations the past 2 days was about the importance of it at middle school and letting go of it at elementary. And last night and today, I heard from a lot more people. And what I heard, I mean, I would say it's no longer that one outweighs the other, but that I'm hearing of the value of both, and I would rather make cuts to both and retain some of both at this time.
Mr. Burgess?
Through the chair to the administration, I'm wondering if you could describe a little bit how ELP works in high school and whether that is a model that we could apply at the middle school level.
Sarah, do you want to talk about that? You've talked a little bit about the supplies and, how that's dealt with at the high school, but if you could take that.
So there is no specific ELP staffing at high schools. The way that generally approach ELP is that there are many more electives and higher level classes, AP classes, honors classes that students can access at the high school, as well as a continuum of electives and CTE courses that they may access. So there isn't, I guess I would say, a specific ELP program in high schools related to a staff member. It's just throughout the master schedule that there's courses where students could engage at a higher level or at a different level to meet their specific needs. Then I would also say the one piece high schools did have was that ELP supply fund, that they would get additional funds specifically targeted to support those upper level classes or different electives or different activities that students might partake in. So I think the example I gave is right, like the supplies for AP biology can be very expensive, right? Fetal peg shipping is very expensive, right? So that might be a way that you could offset those costs for those students accessing those classes.
With that, Dr. Meinert?
Yeah, I just wanted to add some additional information to the context. And so if we're thinking about utilization of teachers, it would be concerning to only have 3 at the elementary level. You're barely providing any level of services for students. I think 4 is the minimum number of teachers that you would need at the elementary level to provide kind of any meaningful content for students. I think the initial conversation at the board level was kind of impact around teachers. And that's, I think, why we landed at the middle school level and thinking that while there's fewer middle schools, you could potentially impact more students. Given when you go at that elementary level, there's so many more schools and only having a limited amount of staff, then you've got a limited amount of impact and time with the students there. And so a tough decision either way, because it's a total elimination of a program versus, just a little bit for a few students. So definitely a tough decision.
Mr. Doran?
Okay, I agree with the commentary between middle ELP and elementary. I think the elementary does have the more direct impact on students. That does not mean that having it at middle doesn't have an impact, but the options are there to serve those kids in the electives. And because of the fact that we did take some efforts, and I know middle schools worked really, really hard to provide more electives in the last couple of years for middle school students with the inclusion of 6th graders there. I do have a real concern in terms of being able to have a viable program. So I'm elementary ELP just doesn't seem to do it. I would love to see us eventually get to where we can have the 8. But I'm supportive of keeping 1 elementary ELP at this point and then doing add backs as we can. And taking middle school ELP, reducing that completely.
Now, my opportunity. We have a couple different times trusted our administration to make good decisions with what we give them. I would propose that we just call it an ELP budget and give you what we can give you, and that we're willing to put towards that, and let you decide best how to spend that money to serve our students. More just pooling it all, like we can keep the same boxes checked, but instead of us debating middle school versus elementary school, perhaps we can pull or survey our ELP families. We can find ways to say, what is it you want? What is it you value? How do we meet those needs with our really limited budget? And let our administration, who has proven to be able to make good decisions, make those decisions for this board. That's why we hired them. Mr. Doran?
Uh, Through the chair to the administration, I'd appreciate a reaction to that. I mean, it's kind of like our admin approach, big dollar, but would that generic be valuable for you as administration to be able to work with?
Yeah, President Hardy, thank you for the kind remarks, and would definitely appreciate the opportunity to work through that. And I think that's a good approach rather than getting bogged down in terms of going back and forth on what's best. Because I do think if it was a pool of individuals changes the landscape rather than sectioning them off, and there is a potential we could do some creative things with that. So I'd welcome the opportunity.
Mr. Doran?
Just follow up, that we be mindful as a board that if the administration chooses one over there, that we are supportive of how they're going forward with that. So
Thank you for saying that.
I trust Dr. Minert and his team. So without objection, I think that would be a good place to move the ELP discussion. So I don't think we're unchecking or checking anything. What the board was willing to do for ELP is now the pool for ELP. We like pools. Ms. Marati?
I'm in support of this. I'm just curious, how will that look in the budget?
We'll need to ponder on that.
Okay.
We understand the concept that's been described, and yeah, we'll need to figure that out.
Okay.
But we can.
So back to our original deficit of two, is it different? Can you tell us what the actual deficit is? Because it's different than what's up there.
So right now it's at 214 if nothing is checked.
Plus 20,000 not
Correct.
marked.
194.
So 94.
Without any items checked in the FMD reduction category.
Yep.
194.
Mr. Doran?
okay, I'm going to put two things on the table because I think they need to be somewhat linked. I have a real concern about local revenue, a major concern there. That the $67 million figure, so I mean, I'm going back to 60. 67 is like my promoting the 680 BSA. I don't think it's realistic. I've been convinced that the 680 from the state for BSA is not realistic, and that would be an overreach. I think the 67, because that really, from what the figures we've discussed about and how that comes about in terms of a $17 million increase from the 50 of this year, that was the bottom line, is it really takes everything that the borough might have to meet its needs. I know references were made, well, we have to make our best thing and the borough needs to do their best thing. But I was quite impressed with the mayor coming to us and sharing what his perspective is, what he thinks is doable and workable, achievable. That I haven't seen a mayor do that before. And he outlined with the assembly and us and the public a really good 10-year review. The thing that it puts the assembly in is it basically puts it in their lap instead of ours. And they have limits on how they can raise funds. They can raise funds, which we can't. But I also saw that in an email that was meant for us went to the assembly, and then when the assembly responded, copied us back. So we received that today, both the assembly presiding officer's comment and also addressed the limits of what they can raise, and not in detail, but in reference, in reality. If we don't get that 67, and I personally would feel that if we're asking for everything, and I know 4 million of that I was mentioned on Monday night during our work session, is something that's competitive, and that, we should be competitive, but that's assuming all of it. So I am really, really concerned, and if we don't get that 67, we're in a real bind, and that's related to the second point that I want to put on the table, is that on the spending side, I think we need to go back and look at school closures. We talked about one last night. I think we need to talk tonight. If we don't, as people have testified, as people we've talked about up here, we will be back at this next year doing the same thing. I appreciated, I'm sorry.
I was letting them know that they'll speak when you've wrapped up.
Thank you. I was noted the superintendent's email out to the district today, where again, it was, he has been telling us, and we know that, and in our own conversation about strategic planning next year, that we may be coming back to closed schools. We know it's there. I think we have to make that decision. People have testified, and from the schools themselves said, don't leave us hanging for a year. Make the decision now rather than later. I am very concerned that if we don't do that now, with our ask if we ask the full possibility from the borough, and we don't do a decision on school closure, we will have to, the most likely spot to go is PTR. And we know that is a priority. We've reiterated that for our community, our stakeholders, et cetera. And for what that means for our kids and our staff. When I really was looking at PTR, what's the importance of having that as low? I mean, it would be great to even have it lower than what we have, but in terms of status quo, and I'm going to end with this, or pause, I'll probably have more later. But I was looking in terms of the benefit to our kids. We know that it means academic gains if we can have smaller classes. We know that our kids have had some time making up their academic skills post-COVID. It's a reality. Our
I'm going to
teachers.
ask you to wrap up.
Okay. We also know that it's mental health issues for our students, those relationships, larger classes, mean less ability to do that. And on the other side of that, and this is my last point for the moment, is in terms of what does it mean for our teachers, our staff? What attracts them in a good environment? Compensation is one thing. The other is that environment, and smaller classes is a big factor for teachers.
Thank you. Ms. Maple.
I've also been thinking a lot about our local revenue ask. Yeah. And I don't have a poker face. I'm willing to say exactly what my intention is and be forthcoming in it. That when we put 67 in an ask to the borough, I expect the answer to be no. I have been trained in fundraising and building budgets. It's what I do for a living. And the first lesson at a fundraising class is if somebody says yes the first time you asked, you didn't ask for enough. If we put a budget that is 60, what Mayor Ward said, we could do this. It said it in the letter that he would suggest we do 60. That's a yes. And if it's that easy of a yes, then we can have more. And I recognize that at 67, it's a big ask, and it's very likely that the answer will actually be lower than 67, and that we will have to go back to the drawing board, and then we will have to make more cuts. I was speaking with an assembly member today, and after that conversation, like hearing, that it's scary to them for us to ask 67. I went and I mapped out, okay, well, let's say that we were gonna ask for 67 thinking that we'll get 64. What would that look like? Things that can be cut after, that are not school closures, that and adding one student to every class except for kindergarten, which I don't want to do, which the community has said, please don't do that. I fully understand that. We also don't want to cut admin. We also don't want to cut curriculum or laptops or FMD or ELP or activities. But if we have to add a student to every classroom, that's $2.6 million in one student per classroom. That's a painful add back or reduction, but it is, in the grand scheme, a much more minimal than closing an entire school right now before we know what we're going to get. And I say that hoping that that's heard by our borough, that and this is just me, the reason that I have cast my votes the way I have so far is that I believe that we should ask for what we need, knowing that we might not get it, and being prepared, because we are a responsible board, that we understand the implications if we don't get what we need. And I also recognize, as Mr. Dorn's pointing out, that my hope could be misplaced, and what could come back is 60, that we could end up with a $7 million shortfall, and that would be quite catastrophic. I do understand that. With that said, I still stand by wanting to ask for the 67. If the board wants to look at a smaller ask, I'm willing to consider a slightly smaller one. I mean, of course I'll go along with whatever the majority says, but and so I did map out what I would be willing to put forth. That totals a $3.4 million additional cut. It's not what I want to do. It's not what I would like to do. But I hear what Mr. Doran is saying. I heard what my assembly member that I trust deeply said. And so I don't want to walk blindly into the night, but I also want to make it very clear that the 67 million ask is very intentional, understanding the landscape and understanding what's before the assembly. And as Mr. Doran said, we've said, and I've said it, that we're pushing it into their corner, that now it's their decision to make. And I understand wanting to just put something forth that we already know is a doable ask, but that's not what we get to do. And it's not what anybody gets to do. And I think that knowing that we've cut 50 million over the course of however many past years, I challenge the borough to look, whether it's 67, 65, 63, to look and look at it the way that we are, that there are ways to make cuts that are incremental across the board. It doesn't have to mean closing a massive service. It doesn't have to mean closing a building. I mean, like, we're closing one, but that there are ways, and they're all painful. I won't pretend that they're not painful. Cutting 2 secretaries is incredibly painful, and we just added one back because realizing the immediate consequence of that. So don't want to talk in circles, but I just want to share my intention and also share that if it's the board's preference to entertain a smaller ask, that I have prepared my own list to have that conversation as well.
Ms. Burnett?
Thank you, President Hardy. I'm going to voice where I'm at as well, just because I think this is important so we can just all get a basis. I actually, honestly, Mr. Dorn, I agree with you. And that's been no secret. I think that asking for 67 million is a unicorn with rainbows that we are hoping fall from the sky. And I know that we all want to be as positive as possible. That's not a slam or anything. I live off of positivity. But I too have spoken to assembly members, and not the ones you think I would. And I'm hearing a lot of the same. Their eyes are getting big. They are afraid of us coming forward with that. And honestly, it's completely unrealistic. I don't agree that we'll get more than 60, but I would compromise on that, and I would absolutely come down to like a 63 or 64 million ask. It's more. It takes care of some things, but I also understand that that circles back around to the conversation of school closures. And while I understand where the majority of the board was yesterday and last night, I really think that this is something we need to dig deep. We really do need to look at the hard decisions, and I don't want to affect more children or more teachers or anybody. But our fiscal situation is dire, and I know that the whole board has gotten these emails, and we have a dozen of them that are telling us to not extend this, to not keep this going. I get the strategic planning. I get being, thorough and fully on with this committees, and I understand that 100%. I'm not against it, but our emails are also telling us that we're going to have teachers in our classrooms that are going to be half teaching because they're going to be stressed out on whether or not we're closing their school next year, whether or not their jobs are affected, whether or not their classrooms are going to increase. This board has also taken a stance on PTR. We have said no raising class sizes, but now we're sitting here saying, well, we're not going to raise class sizes, but if we don't get funded, we'll raise class sizes. That is not the answer for our teachers, our children, our classrooms, anything. I do feel we need to discuss school closures. We do need to consider where that conversation goes from there. I don't know. This is just where I'm at in my heart. I am digging as deep as I can, and I don't want to do this. But our fiscal situation from here to the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we have got to get a hold of this now. We have got to.
Mr. Burgess?
I hear what Mr. Doran, Ms. Marati, sorry, Ms. Burnett are saying. And I don't entirely disagree. I'm not incredibly optimistic, especially with the conversations that I've had. However, I want to point out something, and that is if we ask for only $6 million and we close all 4 of the schools on the list, we would still have a $3.4 million deficit and would still have to raise PTR in order to balance that budget. Okay, that's with 4 school closures and all the other cuts that we've already made. And I understand that there's risk of us going and asking for 67 million and then maybe not getting it. And with the choices that we're making in the budget, there's risks. But if with a balanced budget this year and a $680 increase that we're not expecting, we go into next year in the same position anyway. We're $8 million in deficit already, starting out. If we get 340, I assume that means we're at $16 million deficit. Correct me if I'm wrong. And if we get nothing, help me with the math. What are we at? 24 million, right? So we're in this position to close schools no matter what next year. And at the very least, we can ask for what we need now in order to try and plan this better. That's what we're asking for, is time. We're asking for this so that we can have time to make a better plan that looks forward at every school that we have to close, at redistricting the entire district, redrawing those boundary lines for who goes to which schools. And I just want to be really straightforward with the community. In 2 years' time, and you know, again, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but my view is that if we don't get an increase from the state, we don't have enough money to operate the district in 2 years' time. Like I don't see how we can provide an education, a quality education, to anybody but maybe best students. And there you go. There's the governor's goals, right? So I'm willing to take the risk and make a budget that asks for more, just so that we can have some time to slow things down, to think about this and advocate for more money from the state. Maybe have an election this year that changes the legislature so we can elect people who will stand up to the governor. But I can't see another way out of this. And yeah, I'd be willing to compromise between 67 and 60, find something in the middle. But even then, I mean, the cuts we're making here are dire. And there's no good solution, no matter what amount of revenue we get from the borough. So I would stick with asking for more and being very clear with our community where we're headed as much as possible, buying us time to get their buy-in so that we can do this a little bit better.
Ms. Marati.
Thank you for that. I'd like us to remember that in the mayor's presentation last month, he showed us that the assembly has underfunded the district by $10 million per year for years. And last year underfunded the district by $20 million. That right there, and the state's lack of funding, is why we are in this situation right now. It's why we are having to make these ridiculous cuts. That's why. It's our funders are putting us in this position, and our funders can fix that. And our funders are the assembly and the state. The mayor confirmed last night that the assembly has the funds we are asking for within their restrictions. And we're not even talking about the tax cap. That would be, including the tax cap, would be, increasing the tax cap would be that rainbow unicorn in the sky. And we're not talking about that. We are being moderately risked. Asking for and receiving the amount that is before us right now, the $67,000, prevents us from having to close 3 additional schools this year, with the full understanding that we have to make our footprint smaller. And we'll start that process this summer with our strategic, long-term sustainable planning to allow time for a more intentional plan with greater expert stakeholder input. That's what those funds will do. They want to know what their return on investment is. That's what that is. It is not a rainbow unicorn in the sky. It is a very serious investment, and we are taking it very seriously. I am more than happy to approve both an additional cut list and an add back list. And I think that actually would be very responsible of this board tonight. But asking for less than we actually need is not the responsible thing to do tonight. Thanks.
This might not seem like it relates, but I promise it will. My favorite book, which I read for the first time in 5th grade, is The Giver. It's by Lois Lowry. And in that book, a community asks a little boy to carry all of its pain for the entire community. This board, over the last 3 days, has been asked to carry the pain of our community. We've been shouldering it. I haven't slept in 2 days. I barely eat. I am hanging on by a thread, and I've known members who campaigned this summer to get on this board and work this hard. We don't do this for money. There is nobody on this board who is making enough to make this worth it, not even close. Our assembly has not had to carry this pain, and I trust those members. I am friends and have went through so much with some of those members. I helped get some of them elected. And also from the giver, if you know the end, the only way things get better is asking for the whole community to share the pain. And that's what we're doing here with a $67 million ask. We're asking our assembly to have to shoulder some of this burden that this district has been bearing for years now, making these cuts. We're asking our community to have to dig a little deep and figure out how to fund this ask, and however they manage to do that. Because if they don't, the pain really will be shared because it will be PTR. And I know that. And I'm a teacher, and I have taught in a Title I school in 5th grade with over 30 students in my classroom. I have lived that. I've done it. I'm not asking anyone to do anything I haven't done myself. We cannot continue to expect just a few people to carry the pain of this community. We can't. It has to be spread out. We all have to choose to fix this problem. We didn't get here by ourselves. There was a time once when Fairbanks valued its schools. There was a time once when Alaska valued its schools. I am a product of that. I am one of 12 kids. I grew up in poverty, and yet I went to college on scholarships for skiing. I had everything I could ever want, and it wasn't like I had a road mapped out in gold for me at all. I have shared that I was retained in 1st grade. Let's get really real. I shouldn't be where I am today. You look at all the metrics, you look at the test. I was an ELP. I didn't get an ELP because I was super smart. I failed that test. I got in because of a creativity test. That was it. Because I was unique. I was autistic. That's what the creativity test's for. It tests for people who think differently. And I only got in there because they tested me once and I failed. And Mr. Ernst at Ann Ween said, test her again because I believe in her. And that changed my life. Our schools changed lives. We used to value them. I implore the citizens of Fairbanks, our legislators, our community members, and the rest of Alaska to stop playing politics with our children's futures and start valuing education. And that education happens at our neighborhood schools. That education happens at our charter schools. That education happens in our home schools. I went by Best today, and it was great. I saw friends that I know that left my son's charter school to go to Best, and they're thriving, and they're doing great. And I support all of those choices. I support all of our district's kids. This budget isn't what we deserve. We don't. This is catastrophic, and there's a reason why we're having a hard time making another $200,000 cut. Because this is a devastation budget. This is not sparing the pain. No one on this board right now is not feeling the pain. We are feeling it to our guts. To not ask for what we need as the educational policy experts that we were elected to be is not fiscally responsible. Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, President Hardy. I will say you are absolutely correct, and I support your comments 100%. This is absolutely gut-wrenching for every single one of us, and this has not been easy. This has not been anything that any of us wanted to do, and the fact that we're all still sitting here willing to discuss, not argue, not fight, but discuss these things speaks volumes to the board we have. I don't want to get bogged down. I really would like to get out of here tonight and not be here forever. I think our community is feeling the same. So if you have a proposal, that's great, but I say let's do something.
Yep, no, so in trying to work many scenarios, I asked Mr. DeGraw, how much does some of this stuff cost in a BSA increase? I would like, and you can correct my math if it needs to a little bit higher, to change our BSA ask to $350. By $10. That should net us the 200,000, I think, but if not, it might be like 352, 351.
So I can run those numbers absolutely, President Hardy. Would the board be open to some conversation on a couple other options? I would really struggle, with all due respect, I would really struggle to continue to add on the revenue side. And I'll come up with a number and let you know what that is. But in the meantime, Dr. Miner and I have had some conversations on some other options that we might suggest as ideas, just to put on the table.
Sure, I have some things from the board, and I don't know what order. I see Ms. Marati, Mr. Doran. Let's go there, Ms. Marati.
Well, mine was just to absolutely support Mr. DeGraw or anyone from the administration providing ideas, because I'm about tapped out. So if there's anything else out there, I'm more than happy to consider.
Mr. Doran.
And getting ideas from the administration, that's what we need. But to the point of the revenue side and the reach, we all share a frustration. We all share an anger that has been building over years. The state is the main funder of education. The borough is a significant funder of education. I have a great faith in our assembly and our mayor, and I believe that going from 50 million, that was the local contribution from last year, to 60, they've taken forward steps with a lot of heat to hold an election to look at the tax cap with an intent to help support education. They have stepped out. It's important that we remember that the 4 million supplemental that we got last year from the borough after the governor's veto of the one-time funding from the state, that was outside the cap. That came out of their fund. The money that above that 60, and actually to get to the 60, is dependent on their funds. We're tapping their fund balance. That's one time. The concern is that we won't know until, I believe, given the timeline, the end of May, on what we will get. 60 is reasonable. We do have a risk out there in terms of the 340, which is just what we got last year in one-time funds, hopefully be on the BSA. But if we pass a budget with those high hopes, and when we ask about need, as was mentioned by another board member, is we are looking at a deficit next year. If we had the 680, we're still looking next year at cuts. So it really is. I mean, I don't like the phrase "kick the can down the road," but in actuality, we have all said we're going to cut a school next year. Okay, we have all said that we're going to cut a school next year. People have been prepped. Nobody likes it. I don't like it, and I came in on Monday night to our work session really trying to work out a way that we could buy us time. We are not buying time by this.
Administration, we would entertain other options.
One additional option, and I guess it depends on where the board coalesces around the revenue side of things, but in terms of The deficit that's on the screen, what we haven't talked about in this budget is very partial PTR increases. And so a 0.25 PTR increase to middle and high school nets around $340,000. And so while I recognize that is a slight increase, that might be a way to move this budget forward, and an option that the board could consider at this time.
Ms. Maple?
I think my apprehension is that if we put a $67 million budget forward, thinking that we'll get something in the middle, that there already will be coming increases to PTR. And so maybe that makes it moot, that 0.25, if we're potentially gonna, right, that maybe it's just, okay, that's a reasonable place to start. But I will just say that the FMD scenario is not one that will get touched by an ask not being fully met, unlike PTR. So when we're considering those things next to each other, it's why I keep leaning in the FMD reduction, leaning that way. I know we said we'd come back later. I'm not meaning to bring it up too soon, but that's just where my thought goes.
Mr. DeGraw, could I ask you to do something for illustrative purposes? And let me be clear, I plan to vote for a 67 million local contribution. That is what I plan to vote. Can you please lower it down to what I'm hearing is 64, 65? Let's do 65. And I want you to show, if that's what they come in, what PTR increases look like, because this is what we're telling our community is coming at them if funds don't come through.
So there's the reflection of a $65 million local contribution, $2.2 million deficit, assuming that would be about, obviously, $2 million if we were to balance tonight in other areas. Was the question, President Hardy?
Only PTR. Balance the budget with only PTR.
At the $2 million level?
Yep.
So that would be about,
Can you do it on that?
Check the boxes, please, if
thanks.
that's acceptable.
So, you know, an adjustment of elementary and high school would do it.
Sure.
Some
Could you
combination.
illustrate that so that people can see some, how much, and you know these figures as well as you. I heard once that it was adding one child to each grade was 1.2 million.
Yeah, roughly. District-wide, it's about $8 million is the 5. And so if you divide 8 by the 5, it's 1 and change. Yeah, between 1.2 and 1.4, depending on the grades. It's not a linear proposition.
Ma'am,
Yes, Ms. Marati.
can you just say what you selected? I can't see that far.
So I selected a PTR at high school of 31 and then a PTR in elementary grades of 26. So
Did you adjust middle?
No.
Oh, okay. So 31 and
So
26.
one district-wide would go from the $2.2 million deficit to a $430,000 increase. So that's one.
So what we're saying is that if the assembly and the community, the number they come in at from our ask would be 65. We would add 1 student to all grades across the district. Ms. Burnett.
Now let's get real. Take that down to 60 million, and what does that do? Because I think the community needs to see that.
So so we don't get, I'm gonna restore. So that's reflective of a $60 million local contribution.
Can we please balance the budget using only PTR?
What is the deficit?
The $7.2 million deficit.
Can you say what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. No, that's right. So
Are you on your mic? I want to make sure people can hear.
I am, yeah, I probably wasn't talking into it. So I'm selecting 30 at grades 1 through 5. It might not take all of that, but this is where I'm starting out. I'm going to go 31 at middle school grades, 34 at high school grades. Creates about a $200,000 surplus. I would consider that balance when you're talking to millions of dollars.
And that's roughly the district's proposed, it's 4.
4 to 5. It was 5 in the elementary ranks and then 4 at middle.
And we could move that, but it basically goes back to the administration's proposed
Roughly.
budget,
Correct.
is what we're saying for 60.
Correct.
So this is what we're saying. We've put together a budget that prioritizes what we have heard time and time and time again, that we should prioritize the PTR in our classrooms, and we've made tough cuts, and we've done those things. And it's my commitment that out of the strategic plan, I hope that PTR ends up lower. And I have been very clear, and I will continue to be very clear, that will most likely include closing more than 1 school to get us there. But it is going to be done in partnership and collaboration with our community, and not in the devastating, traumatic way we have done it the last 2 times. That is worth the sacrifice of being on this board to me, to fix the problem. I don't like being in broken systems. Having a strategic plan and fixing the problem, I can get behind. I cannot get behind closing schools this year and then closing more this summer and doing the work and all the pain for everyone else in this community. That is not the board's burden to bear entirely. We need teamwork and collaboration, and I trust my community to meet us. Mr. Doran, then Ms. Marati.
Okay. As we're playing with this through the chair to Mr. DeGora, could you, on school closures, click closing tick? And then going the PTRs to status quo, and then seeing where we would need to close tick with the 60 revenue.
With the 60, that was going to be my question. So stays at 60. I just restored the PTRs to, I'm just going to confirm that, status quo, elementary, yes, secondary, maintain, and maintain, and then school closures. Would you please list the schools one more time, Mr. Doran?
To start with, if we would close tick, I will add Two Rivers for another version, but I'd like to see where we would do if we close one more school at this time, and then what we would have to do on PTR.
Okay, so there's with Tickasick Brown selected along with Ben Allison, so a $5.8 million deficit. Would you like me to go through PTR with that scenario?
Right, and let's see what we to.
If you could say what you're doing as you do it for the listening audience.
Thank you for the reminder. The wheels are spinning, and so, yes, PTR at elementary grades at 28, so an increase of 3, and we're going to see how this works out here. At middle school grades, we're going to go an increase of 4 to 31, and an increase of 4 at high school. Wow, there we go. Well, $11,000 deficit, I would consider that pretty much a bullseye, President Hardy, with.
Since we have 20,000 in the,
Correct. Yes, with the 20, that yeah, would be in a surplus of.
and if I might, if we could do the similar at Two Rivers.
Okay, would you like me to keep the
Uh,
PTRs where I put them to, or put
Will
them
we
back to?
probably adjust the PTRs? So,
Can you put them back to status quo and once
Four.
again illustrate for our community closing
Perfect.
3 schools, what would happen to PTR
Okay.
at a $60 million local contribution?
Before I backtrack on it, are our board members good with, did you get the information you needed before I backtrack? I believe it was 4 possibly at each grade with 2 schools closed. Okay, I'm going back to status quo at PTR. It was just 3 at elementary. So 3 at elementary and 4 at secondary was the PTR adjustment. With
With 2 schools closed,
Correct,
we
Ben
would
Isle.
still adjust PTR at 4 at elementary and 3 in our high schools?
the reverse,
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 yeah.
okay.
3, 4, and 4.
3, 4, 4, correct.
I received feedback that when you watch online, this tool is very small and it's hard for people to see. So I want us to make sure that we're saying very clearly what is happening so people listening can follow along.
Perfect. So moving, Mr. Dorn, move to the scenario including Two Rivers, the closure of Two Rivers.
That's correct. So it'd be 3 school closures.
Okay, so this is closing 3 schools, Ben Eielson, including Tickasick Brown, as well as Two Rivers K-8 school
And add a $60 million local contribution.
at a $60 million local
Okay,
contribution.
and that's 4, am I reading that right? 4.8?
$4.8 million deficit, correct. I'm going to start out with a PTR increase of 2 at elementary grades. At middle school, we'll go 3. And high school at 3, looks like we need about 4 at high school. 2, 3, 4 would be the increases. Let me confirm that just to make sure.
Ms. Burnett?
Yes,
Oh,
2, just to finish up for the comparison, it would be 2 at elementary, 3 at middle school, and 4 at high school to balance.
Thank you.
can we summarize a little bit more than that with the local contribution and the schools that we closed to make that?
Absolutely. Under the scenario assumptions of a local contribution of $60 million from the borough. And all of these scenarios are assuming a equivalent state revenue increase of 340. A side note, because I know I'm going to forget, Ms. President Hardy, you asked what 10 BSA would equate to. It's $235,000. So we're assuming an equivalent state revenue increase to $340 BSA. So that's the revenue side. In this scenario, we'd be closing 2 elementary schools and 1 junior senior high school. The needed PTR increase would be 2 at elementary grades. And I'll mention in all of these scenarios, we're holding kindergarten PTR at 25, constant in all scenarios. So an increase of 2 at grades 1 through 5. And then in our middle school grades, it would be an increase of 3 from 27 to 30. And then an increase in our high school grades from 30 to 34. So a 4 student increase.
Ms. Burnett?
I know I'm gonna get wrecked for this one, but I just gotta say it. Contracting out custodial saves 2 schools. And somehow we are okay with cutting positions and raising PTR, but not contracting out custodial. And I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around this.
To be clear, no one sitting up here is okay with cutting and closing schools. No one sitting up here is okay with raising PTR. No one sitting up here is okay with any of this. And that's not a reflection or a criticism of you, but I hope the public realizes absolutely none of this is okay. It's just not. What we built, or Ms. Marati, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead. Yeah, I can go after.
what we built in the budget is compassionate and it's listening to our community. We preserved and refused to touch the thing they told us they valued most, PTR. We didn't touch it, and I refuse. It's why I had heard about the position partial F, and I was like, no, because they said no PTR, and that's the hill I'm dying on. Our budget closed Ben Eielson to preserve PTR. Our budget is asking our administration to cut $500,000 to preserve PTR. We have made tremendous sacrifices across our district. Barnett is losing a teacher. Hutchison is losing a teacher. We've slashed budgets for all kinds of supplies. We've done all these things because we listened to our community and preserved PTR. And we also listened to our community that flooded these chambers and said, give us time. There have been some people who have said, just close them all, but they are the minority. They do not carry the voice of Fairbanks. They have said, give us time. If you give us time, we can process this. It's just too fast. They've admitted they weren't paying attention. I agree, I wasn't paying attention early enough either. It's not our community's fault that we expected our government to work. It's broken, but we can fix it. Mr. Doran, oh, sorry, Ms. Marati, then Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I have 2 things. One, I'd love to, when it was said earlier, it sounded like there was plural, it was plural when you said there were ideas. So I think we got through 1. I'd love to hear more. But before I go do that, and also for the chair, are we going to do an official approved priority cut or add back list this year? We have in the past, and I think with our timeline, potential timeline, it might be make things easier for administration knowing.
Ms. Marati, I absolutely support us doing an approved priority. Perhaps we could add that to an agenda if we pass this, but if not, I will stay here till 1 a.m. if that is what is needed. But please don't make me do that. Okay, but I promise you we will make one. I don't think we have to make one at the same time we pass this.
Okay. So back to my first question.
So that's a bit of a difficult conversation. The board has the proposed budget. There were definitely things in the proposed budget that we recommended. Our recommendation was the revenue at 59 million, which did include 2 school closures and did include outsourcing of custodial. Of course, PTR was a part of that conversation as well for balancing that budget. But Ms. Burnett is right. Contracting custodial would save 2 elementary schools. The hybrid solution that we received does continue to employ some of those custodians. And there hasn't been a real robust conversation about that option. And so if that's something that the board would like to hear more about, administration could certainly provide information. Most of the information that's been provided to the board has been through public testimony, but you haven't heard details from administration. And kind of going back to trusting administration to bring you recommendations, I would not bring that recommendation if I didn't feel like that was a good option for the board to consider. Obviously, the board has final approval over all of it, but in my mind, as we're building that priority list, outsourcing or contracting custodial would be above closing 2 additional elementary schools.
Ms. Maradi, a follow-up.
Yeah, just about, thank you for that. I hear you that you have given your ideas to us. I was just hoping that maybe others, like the 0.25 idea might be out there, but that's okay. In regards to the custodial, I was elected to listen to the community and balance that with administration's expertise and knowledge. And by doing that, I have heard overwhelming testimony against the custodial contracting out. Balancing that with the administration's experience and expertise, it's not something that I am comfortable considering at this time. And that's why I haven't had a discussion about it.
Mr. Doran?
The school closure issue right now, and the prompt for it was in the context of financial pressures. But that's not the reason solely for closing schools. It has been for 4 years, at least, on that horizon, actually probably more than that. Recently, it has been something that we have been actively talking about. The thing that we did, and I appreciate from the administration coming up with a short list, there's some agreement, some disagreement with who's on there, but the prime recommendations, I would strongly support the district's, the administration's recommendations for 2 school closures this year. We may be doing more next year. Which ones those would be, and I do believe the importance of strategic planning and really taking the big picture. But we've all said at one point or another, we will be back to close a school. The people who are on the front line right now in those schools say, make the decision now. Don't drag it out. And there's the factor of the financial, which is real, and it may be we close 1 more school, raise PTR. If we get more money, I know it can be tricky in terms of reducing the PTR, but it can be done. We did it following COVID, and we didn't know who was coming back. And I know for especially high schools, it was a madhouse in trying to figure out electives and scheduling. But if we can get there, fewer kids in a classroom, it's worth doing.
This time we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We are coming back from our recess. Once again, we did not go sledding.
It's gonna be funny every time. We need that.
There is a 5-year-old who finds that hilarious.
We didn't go swinging either.
No. We don't have swing set money. Okay. So I'm going to say a piece and then I'll get to where I think we're driving this train. I proposed that we raise the local contribution from $340 to $350. That is a $10 increase. And I want the public to be aware just how quick this board shot down a $10 increase. That is how little faith we have. That's, I don't know what speaks, that speaks volumes to me. So moving on. I think at this point, we need to start making motions to close this deficit, and we will vote our conscience and let it go through. And I'll remind the board that a motion fails for lack of a second. So if we don't want to debate every motion, that is an option. Ms. Marati.
Move to reduce FMD by 200,000.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please? Oh, was that anything, Ms. Marati? No. Okay, there's a hand. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not. Actually, I will tell the board, or tell a yes vote will reduce FMD by 200,000. A no vote will defeat the motion. Somebody can amend it as well. I mean, anything's, but I didn't see any debate, which would include amendments. Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Mr. Doran.
Given your ruling on yesterday's motion, I will move to amend the amendment to 1 FMD position.
Motion, oh, okay.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, this amendment will carry the motion. A yes vote will reduce FMD by 100,000. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Clarification, please.
Mr. Doran,
Are you saying the motion on the amendment to the amendment will carry the main amendment?
I'm saying that if we vote yes, this board is deciding to reduce FMD by 100,000. That is the amendment to, and it wasn't really amendment. That motion that you made prior was defeated, and I made it clear that that meant it was defeated. Ms. Marati made another brand new motion to reduce it by 2. It was amended to 1. And now we have had that second, and we are going to vote. If it carries, that carries the main motion. It means that we don't have to vote again. We're voting, instead of voting on the amendment, let me lay it out. If we vote on this amendment and the amendment passes, then we have to vote again to finalize the motion. I am ruling that the amendment carries the main motion.
Objection.
Is there? Would you like to speak to your objection?
Yes, I challenge the chair on that, you started the meeting earlier this evening with saying that even though we took a vote yesterday, that could be reconsidered today, and that was related to the motion from Ms. Marati to have 1 reduction in FMD. I think that those are 2 separate questions now before us. The motion on the main, if you want the main motion on the floor, is to reduce 2 spots. it is significant to split those two, as the amendment to that is one that would change, that there are two separate questions there. And so that's why I'm challenging that.
Can someone remind me, because I'm too tired to remember all my Roberts rules, challenge the chair, is that a debatable motion, or do we just call the vote?
I believe call a vote.
All right, would you please call the vote on the challenge of the chair?
So just for clarification, yes vote
I will take care of that,
support-
Mr. Doran. A yes vote will support Mr. Doran's challenge of the chair. A no vote will defeat the challenge of the chair, and the chair's ruling that the amendment will carry the main motion will stand. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote? Now I forgot what I said.
Mr. Lopez,
A yes vote agrees with Mr. Doran. A no vote agrees with me.
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Hold on. No.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
All right. We are back to the main motion as amended, and the chair has ruled that the amendment carries the main motion. If you vote yes, you are reducing the FMD budget by 100,000. If you vote no, we are not reducing the FMD budget by 100,000. Ms. Maple,
My understanding is that doing it this way, if we voted in favor of that, it would reduce by 100. And then if somebody wanted to move to reduce by another 100, that could be a second conversation and a second vote.
I agree with Ms. Maple. So once again, a yes vote reduces FMD by 100,000. A no vote defeats the motion.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Mr. Doran,
I'm going to move that we close Dickaster Brown School.
motion fails for a lack of a second.
I'd like to move that we
Ms. Burnett.
contract out custodial for the 2.6 with the daytime custodian staying.
Motion fails for lack of a second. I would like to ask a question to the administration. How much of a how much of a BSA increase would $100,000 be?
I'll have to take a moment to calculate that, President Hardy.
Would you like a recess?
Sure.
We will, tell me how much.
2-minute recess.
Let's take a 2-minute recess. We are now calling the board back from recess.
So about a $5 increase to the BSA would be equivalent to just slightly over $100,000.
I move to increase our BSA by $5 to a $345 BSA. Motion fails for lack of a second. Ms. Maple,
I'm just gonna say what I'm doing ahead of doing it and see what everybody thinks with their seconds or lack thereof. I put together my list of what would be my like cut list. I'm willing to have a conversation item by item to see what things people might be open to cutting now that would, with the intention of lowering our local revenue ask. So
point of clarification. Are we just trying to balance this budget and pass it as it is? Or is it your intent to change the conversation to lower the local revenue and then make further reductions?
my intention is to put forth some cuts to the board that I have no idea how anybody feels about because I made them up myself. And if they had traction, that then our ask could reflect those cuts. So
So they're bigger than what we need is what you're saying?
yes,
Okay, I understand where we're going. Is the board continue, Ms. Maple?
let me start with these. My first is to reduce Hutch by one additional teacher.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Ms. Marati?
I can't recall if it's last year or the year before. I met with the principal of Hutch, Miss Taylor at the time, and she showed me what just two teachers would do, reduction of two teachers would do to her non-CTE classes. And it was 36, 38 students, even though we say PTR is what it is, and this was 2 years ago, still those class sizes went up exorbitantly just with the two teacher cut when we were considering it last time. And it's why I've haven't said much about adding that to the list. So I appreciate the attempt to lower our ask, but I can't have it on my conscience to see Hutch classes like that. And I believe it's a lot has to do with their model, and that's why it does that there.
Mr. Doran?
I'm supportive of this. I think there was also some conversation that when we reinstated those Hutch positions last year, that there was difficulty in filling them. And so in actuality, it didn't happen. I'm also very mindful that Hutch is undergoing a active plan of what their model should be in future. And that we have also an opportunity to, if they really needed, they could tap into West Valley for some of those core classes. Kids walk back and forth on a regular basis previously. My final comment with it is that that's a position that could be reinstated under add backs.
Put myself in the queue. I started my career in this district at Hutchinson High School as their special education teacher. And I know that model well. I love that school. I love those teachers. They are my friends. They are my family. Hutch has kept those teachers there for a long, long time. And all that being said, I will be a yes vote. Any further debate on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Nope.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
It's okay.
Ms. Maple,
I am open to a discussion about it, but I have other things that I am willing to put forth to see if there's interest in continuing to reduce below our balanced budget.
Ms. Burnett,
So while I appreciate that this is balanced, I'm still not comfortable with the $67 million ask, and I would like to move to take that down to 63 million, please.
is there any debate on, oh, sorry. Motion fails for lack of a second.
I'm sorry, second.
I'll allow it. Please make your seconds more forthcoming in the future. Is there any debate on this motion? And I'm going to ask that board members keep their debate to a reasonable amount of time. Mr. Doran.
I appreciate the direction to this, and I think it's important. It does bring us below the, it's a more reasonable ask and in the right direction, and I would like to see us move in that direction and also hear from Ms. Maple as we continue on afterwards for some further considerations. But I'm fully supportive of this. And I think it's really important that we head this direction for our assembly members in partnership with them.
Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, President Hardy. Yeah, I think that the board needs to be very careful with our ask. And I understand being optimistic and hoping that our community will come through for us, the assembly will come through for us. But that $67 million number is a number that we're budgeting on, which is going to do too much to our PTR. And for a board who's saying, please no PTR, this is the right direction to go. And I know Miss Maple has some things that we could look at that could balance this with the lower ask.
Mr. Burgess, then Ms. Maple, then Ms. Marati, and then me.
I'm, excuse me, I'm interested in hearing the ideas in the spirit of compromise. However, I am very reluctant to support this motion because I do believe that we need the larger ask. With that said, if I could hear more about the cuts that would be made to meet this figure, I might be willing to compromise. Yeah.
Ms. Maple.
I recognize that that me voting no on what Ms. Burnett just put forth is kind of roundabout. The only reason that I intend to vote no is because I would like to see which cuts have any backing to then come up with a number I would be comfortable voting yes on. So I just want to clarify that my no vote on Ms. Burnett's motion is not because I am unwilling to lower our ask resolutely. It is because I want to be really sure on my number before I cast a vote about the number.
I will say that appropriate motion could be the motion to lay the question on the table to allow us to have discussion, and it could be picked back up off the table. So Ms. Burnett made the motion. I think if she lays it on the table, we don't have to vote, but I'm not positive on that.
I would lay it on the table to hear from Ms. Maple.
All right, Ms. Maple, the motion has been laid on the table. You are free to just discuss your plans.
Do we want them, okay, sorry, I'm trying not to belabor this, and I realize that it sounds like I am in the process. My ask is, would we like for me to put them forward as motions so that if there's no debate, we can just vote?
Personally, for myself, I would like to hear the list before we go down voting through each one of those things. I
Okay.
think that would inform the board's opinion more fully.
Okay. My list would bring us, it does already include, it included the 200,000 facilities, but I marked that down to 100. And so to be, my list as I give it, would bring us to a 3.3 million more in savings. I have proposed on my list increasing PTR by 1 student everywhere except for kindergarten. I have on my list the 1 additional cut at Barnett, and I have on my list 8 kinder aides, the Hutch one that we just passed, and the facilities at 100. And all of those together are 3,385,000 in cuts. I don't want to make a single one of them, but I am listening and I am trying hard to hear what I don't want to hear.
I'm going to put myself in the queue first. I have talked to people too, and I have talked to assembly members, including the presiding officer, and I believe that this plan is supported. I have also talked to other people. I mean, I could say I've talked to the mayor. I believe this plan is supported. I am comfortable with 67. I think it is the educationally sound decision for us to make. And I think that it is heart-wrenching that we are such kind, compassionate people that we listen to all these voices, but I cannot and I will not have another year where we don't ask for what we need. We need 67. I will not vote for anything less.
Call the question.
There's no motion on the table right now.
Yeah, we have to pick it back up from the table, but we're allowing people to discuss. Ms. Marati.
I'm grateful for the cuts that Ms. Maple has proposed. And also, just for clarity purposes, again, we're not asking for the 10 million that an election in May may or may not provide. We're asking only for the 13 million that's been unallocated, knowing that those are one-time funds, knowing that we're going to have to put the work in this year to not have to ask for those next year. And I am asking for the 4 million that they have in their tax cap, within their tax cap. That's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for anything outside of what they have the capacity of giving, and it's less than what they have the capacity of giving if the election goes through. So it's, in my brain, it's completely reasonable. And I don't know, I think I've said my piece. I've said it a lot. Thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Burgess.
I thank Ms. Maple for bringing these cuts forward. My preference would be to put them on a cut list as part of a contingency plan rather than baking them into this budget.
Mr. Doran.
I would really like to see the numbers, as we've done for other members, put them into the balancing act and see what
Mr.
that
DeGraw,
final
can you
number
make
is.
that happen?
And if I might complete my thought too, while he's working on that and gets ready for it, is that I will say at this point that I am not supportive of a budget that asks 67 million from the borough, and I'll elaborate at that later time.
Just,
So
I
you
apologize.
to repeat?
Yeah, and we're talking about Miss Maple's list, correct?
Ms. Maple,
Yeah,
can you
so
please repeat
the-
what that is for illustrative purposes? And uh, Ms. Ack and Brown, that would be great if it could.
For, sorry.
What, yeah, would you like me to begin? And then I just want to make sure I get it
Oh, sure,
accurate.
sure, sure.
Yeah, so you put out on the table an increase of, in elementary, 1 at grades 1 through 5,
Yeah.
correct? An increase of the PTR of 1 student.
Mm-hmm.
It was 8 kindergarten aides.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then,
And the additional Barnett.
and the additional Barnett, thank you. And then it was 1 across the board at all grades, correct? 1
Yeah, 6th through 8th, 9th through
increase
12th.
in the PTR. And then,
I think we'd already done the other two, the hutch and the facilities.
yeah, Hutch is there. And then was it 100 or in facilities?
Yeah.
And we already have that, correct? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then that was that at the local contribution of 63, or what was your local contribution assumption?
I would like to see what surplus, I was keeping it at 67 to see how much it would allow us to then lower our ask by.
Yep. So there I'm showing about an $830,000 deficit.
Wait, no, it should be,
I
will
think
you change this to 67?
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. So theoretically, if all of those things were passable, we could ask then for 64 and have a tiny little,
Small deficit, or small surplus.
yeah.
Ms. Marati?
With that surplus, could we consider adding back in either the teacher at Barnett or the teacher at Hutch?
Sorry, that was a lovely stutter. My thought would be to go through, if there's any interest in, it would be to go through them, because I think they are all, that they all warrant their own vote. Because maybe there isn't buying, like, my list is not, I am not comfortable putting those all forth as one motion. I would not want to stand behind that motion. I am comfortable putting them forth individually. I understand this is taking more time. I get it. I don't want to take more time, but I also want to vote on a budget that I am confident in and that I can stand behind, that when the community comes to me and tells me I messed up, that I can know what I did. So my vision is that those things would be discussed individually, which would absolutely lend itself to, if we're going to end up with a surplus, not passing one of those votes, because there's no sense in making that additional cut.
Can I follow up?
Yes, Ms. Marati?
Through the chair, I have heard twice now that, I guess not through the chair, I've heard twice now that there's a need to make motions on this. So I would be happy to hear the motions item by item and to see where that falls.
At your pleasure.
Okay, my next motion would be, I'll start with PTR, would be to increase PTR by 1 in grades 1 through 5.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Please keep your comments brief. Mr. Doran?
Thanks for the continuous reminders. One of the things, I'm not necessarily against this, but just that we're cognizant, each one addition to a classroom does not sound like much unless it's your child's classroom, and that classroom may already be over the target. And that each time we raise it, and we've seen this with the district has actually done a check on this, the numbers of classes over 30, for instance, at the elementary, continued to increase. So,
Is there any other debate on this motion? Mr. Burgess?
Very reluctant to raise PTR at all because our classrooms are at capacity in many of our schools. I visited Pearl Creek on Monday, and they don't have, their classrooms are not built for more than 25 students at our elementary schools. I think some of them might even be built for fewer than that. And they don't have cubby space where kids can put their gear. They'd have to be building out or sharing spaces somehow. I can't support an increase to PTR even of one unless it's a dire need that we know we need to do. And I think that I'd prefer to leave that off and ask for what we need to ask for. Thanks.
I will say my piece. I will not vote for an increase to PTR in this budget. Our community has spoken. They do not want us to increase PTR. That is why I was willing to make the sacrifices I've made already. Seeing no further comments, a yes vote will increase PTR in grade 1 through 5. Is that correct? A no vote will defeat the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
clarification,
Yes, Mr. Doran.
was the motion to increase PTR by 1 across
Just
just
one through
K5,
five.
or just 1 through 5? Thank you.
All right, a yes vote will increase PTR in 1 through 5. A no vote will defeat the motion. Oh,
Not in middle or
Yep, just 1 through 5.
are we good? All right, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
No.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
You may continue, Ms. Maple. Oh, sorry, would you mind if we go to Ms. Burnett since
Not
she
at all.
hasn't spoken? Ms. Burnett?
I was just curious if we could pick up the original motion of 64 million ask and settle that.
I think you just have to make a motion to pick up it off the table, and then,
I move to pick my motion up off the table with the $64 million ask to the borough. Or 63 million, sorry.
Ms. Maple?
Just procedurally, I just want to, if this motion fails, can it be reconsidered later? Can I bring the same motion later if I
For 63?
so felt the need? Yes.
I don't know. I think if it's within the ruling of the chair, or I need to confirm with Robert's rules. You guys are really testing me on no sleep for 2 days.
Sorry.
I would like to talk to a parliamentarian or ask Ms. Dolan that question, please. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Hopefully we can, oh, yes.
Can we take a 10-minute recess?
Let's take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
We are back from recess. I'm not entirely sure. No, now I remember. Took me a minute. I'm sorry, guys. We were able to get feedback that as long as the motion isn't considered dilatory, which means repetitive and that we're not moving things forward, that I can make that decision. So I will say that that would not be dilatory, and people are welcome to challenge the chair if they don't agree with that when that time comes. Yes,
I just withdraw my motion.
for 63. Thank you, Melissa, or Miss Burnett. Mr. Doran?
I'm sorry, that did have a second.
All right,
And so
but it's
it
on the
belongs
table, so
now.
it's the motion to pick it up from the table. The motion is to pick up voting on $63,000 borough contribution from the table. That motion has a second, I believe. I don't remember anymore, Miss. It does not have a second yet. Mr. Doran, you don't have to raise your hand for a second.
No, I did second it,
Okay.
and you accepted it, even though I was a little bit slow on the pickup.
That was the main motion. We're talking about the motion to pick it up from the table. That is,
Then
we
I
laid it on the table.
I second it.
Okay, a second has happened. It is not debatable. It is not amendable. It is a majority vote. Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Rich, or let me clarify. So this is the motion to pick it up off the table. A no vote remains it on the table. A yes vote picks it up off the table, and then it is considered by the body. So again, a yes vote picks it off the table, a no vote remains it on the table, and we continue with other things. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
No.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion carried.
Oh my, would anyone like to change their votes? I am really tired, and I know the assembly does that. So before we do, or wait, I'm so tired. Motion carried means we pick it up off the table.
I think,
Or-
I think Meredith has clarification. Can we go
Okay.
to Meredith?
Meredith, Miss,
Oh, if it was a no vote, that leaves it.
So it's staying on the table.
okay,
Yeah.
thank
And
you.
I have a
Ms. Maple,
new motion. I'd like to move to increase PTR 6th through 8th by one student, which is 675,000 in savings.
Second.
is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please call or a yes vote will increase PTR
One student, 6th through 8th.
one student 6 through 8. A no vote will defeat the motion. So again, a yes vote, I'm reminding myself, will increase PTR. A no vote will defeat the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Burgess,
No.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
Ms. Maple,
I'd like to move to increase PTR by one student for high school, which is $1 million in savings.
Second.
is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, once again, a yes vote increases PTR, a no vote leaves PTR at status quo.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Miss Marati,
Nope.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
Ms. Maple,
I move to reduce Barnett by one additional teacher.
Second.
is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Doran and then Ms. Marati.
Like to speak in favor of this. I think there's an equity between magnet schools. We did this with thought should be similar with Barnett. And also I am aware that Barnett, we've had conversations as a district. I don't know how active it is at the moment, but within the district and the board that relooking at their model and updating it from where it's original and how it's changed over the years. So I'm supportive of this motion.
Ms. Marati,
Um, for the last three and this one and so forth, I am not in favor of these right now. I am happy to put these on a priority cut list. It's not going to change anything whether we make this decision now or we make the decision once the assembly has made their decision. Same situation. And I'd like to give the assembly a chance to weigh in on this before we have to make this decision. That's okay.
it's okay.
So that's why I am not in support, but it's not because I won't consider it later. It's just now, I don't feel like now is the right place in the timeline to make this decision.
Is there any other debate? I'll put myself in the queue just to say that Barnett is at, I believe, 110% capacity. They're a school of choice. If we keep saying we want to honor schools of choice and allowing parents to choose, it doesn't seem right if we're protecting homeschool and other places to keep cutting from other schools of choice. If you vote yes, you are cutting a teacher from Barnett, one FTE from Barnett. It doesn't have to be a teacher, it's the FTE. And if you are a no, then you are preserving the FTE at Barnett. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
Ms. Maple,
Two left. I move to reduce kinder aides by 8.
is there any debate on this motion? Oh, sorry. Is there a second?
Second, sorry.
Okay. I know, guys, we're doing it. We'll get through it. Is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Burgess, then Mr. Doran.
I think kindergarten aides are one of the most important things to protect. I've heard from many kindergarten teachers, principals of elementary schools, and kindergarten aides themselves that they play an essential role in making sure that a kindergarten classroom can function adequately, particularly in recent years when we have a higher incident of children with behavioral needs and delayed development and things like that. So thank you.
I believe it was Mr. Doran and then Ms. Marati.
Thank you. My concern with this is that our kindergartners are ones that during their developmental years, right, who have had some very significant limitations or restrictions on their social exposure to others for a variety of reasons, mostly around COVID and post-COVID during that period. It's coming back. But I think it's really important. We've seen those impacts on students coming in, so that we give them the strongest support. And I have heard from primary teachers who said, I will take the extra student if we can make sure that our kindergartners are best prepared as they move forward. And I do believe it's also one of the major areas for the READS Act intent. So I will, so that's my comments.
Ms. Marati?
Speaking of the READS Act, I am curious, through the chair, if I could hear from administration,
Sure.
if, so there is an additional 500,000 in Alaska READS Act revenue that we haven't talked about. Could Alaska READS Act revenue be used for kindergarten aides? I hear that it is impossible to do the assessments in kindergarten without the aides there. So I'd love the administration's take on that.
With the unknown revenue coming from the state for Alaska READS Act, that's a really difficult question to answer. As I've spoken to before, my primary emphasis for any funds that were coming to the district would be to provide the outside of school intervention services and the summer school intervention services that are required by the READS Act, given the board has not allocated any funding for that. If we did receive that funding and there were excess surplus funds that were available, then I think this would certainly be allowable under those funds unless there were certain restrictions within the bill that I'm not aware of right now.
Ms. Marati?
Thank you for that explanation, but that leads me to another question then. We are allocating $1 million to the Alaska READS Act implementation on the expense side from the revenue side. Is that not the summer and after school interventions?
That is the estimated cost for after-school services and summer services. And so if we were to receive, let's say, $1.5 million, then that could potentially offset some of the tutors or kindergarten aides or other things that we would look for implementation.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran?
I have a question to the administration and then a comment on K-AIDS. Unless, a lot would depend on the legislation. If it's just generic READS Act, we as a board, once we receive that, could determine perhaps how best to use that, and not to beat what we've talked about before, that there may be ways that we could give you guidance and be supportive of that guidance to how that is applied, as long as it's for the supporting the READS Act.
Yeah, certainly. Once we knew what that official amount was, we'd bring a plan forward to the board and seek feedback and work together on establishing that.
Thank you. And then my comment, I'm going to support this this cut at this time because, again, those are easy to add in later on. So I will support the cut.
Put myself in the queue. I do not support cutting kindergarten aides. I was just a regular person in the public the last time we tried to do this, and I remember the letter that Nikki Eisman read to the assembly to save our kindergarten aides, and they voted to do that. Our community absolutely knows the value of kindergarten aides, and as a mom who had a child whose IEP was not robust enough in kindergarten, and that kindergarten aide became my child's basically one-on-one until we could settle it out, I know the real value and the safety of our students and all the rest of it to have that other body in the classroom. I will not be voting to support this. A yes vote will remove 8 kindergarten aides. A no vote will defeat the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez?
No.
Mrs. Burnett?
No.
Miss Maple?
No.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Ms. Marati,
No.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
Ms. Maple?
My last one is a budget neutral one, and if nobody wants to second it, we can move it to discussion at a different time. But I am making the motion because I think that it would be valuable information for the administration to have as they're walking out the closure of Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School. My motion is to move ACES to K through 8 with a lottery, but it does not have an additional price tag associated with it.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Doran?
I'm not in supportive of it, given the information that we've had and some of the feedback we've gotten from parents with the possibility. It really, we've had great discussions about K-8 over the years, and within communities, individual school communities all had to address it. I think that it, I don't think it really moves us forward, and we really have no feedback. I'm been disappointed in some ways of not having brought a feedback from the Eielson organization regarding our decisions regarding the schools. But we don't have anything on that, and so I'm not in supportive of it.
I will speak to this motion. I will tell you that I have invested a significant amount of time this year building relationships out at Eielson. I spoke with a very vocal parent just today, and I've spoken with Dr. Minert about my intentions and what I hope the board would support, and that is that we create a committee under administration to advise us on military matters and that we make this their decision. It is cost neutral, and we need to partner with our military to help solve the problems that this board just made. And I own it. I made that motion. Let me make this very clear. I made the motion to close Eielson. So if anyone was feeling like I wasn't owning that, I own it. We do things with people, not to people. This is something that we can give to them, and we can partner with them to solve the drop-off times, to help try to find childcare solutions. We can work with our military community to do the best we can with what we've given them. Mr. Doran?
I really appreciate your comments in terms of doing a committee and local timepiece with the military community on Eielson and also Wainwright, as we would with other parts of the country. I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I hope that we can implement that as we go forward and problem solve these things with them. In terms of the motion itself, at this time, I'm not in favor of saying go K-8, but I would certainly support efforts to engage in that dialogue that you mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Ms. Maple?
Can we just call the vote so it can fail and we can do that? I don't think we have to talk about it.
Sure. A yes vote would make a K-8 option. A no vote defeats the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Nope.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
Ms. Burnett?
I would like to ask that we move along with a recommended budget. I understand that we may not all be on the same page, but we have pretty much proven that everything we do is a 3-3 vote down and a no. The majority of the board sits one direction. I do not want to be here past 10 PM. We are all tired. We are all done. And I think it's time to do what we're going to do. And if that means PTR raises at the end when no funding comes through, then that's what that means. And the board just is going to have to own that. But with respect to our admin, respect to the community, and respect to us, let's just get a budget. Let's get it voted. Let's let Andy do his work, and let's get out of here.
Mr. DeGraw?
And just, yeah, thank you, President Hardy. And just to remind the board one more time, if you know, administration has voiced its concerns about the $67 million level. If that number sticks, just being cognizant of the deadline on PTR, there is a hard deadline on May 15th, and then also just acknowledging the difficult situation that could put the district in at a very, very late point in time on the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Mr. Doran?
Okay, I'd like to move that we make the local contribution 60 million. And if it's seconded, I will explain.
Motion fails for lack of a second. I would like to move that we make the required local contribution 67 million.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Doran?
Given the Assembly's timeline, we will not know on their decision until the end of May. This is a great overreach, and that it really puts our Assembly, whom we work in partnership with, in a very awkward position, and that they don't have the money. We won't know results until after this, well after this budget for a local election. That could impact it. That actually would support our going from the 50 base local contribution that we have for this year to 60. It's a $10 million lift. It's going 17. I think is way over what we can anticipate, and it puts us in very difficult positions for making additional cuts so late in the season.
Ms. Marati?
Thank you. I just want to correct misinformation that was just said. It said that they don't have the money. The borough does have the money. Last night, Mayor Ward said that they do have 13 million. And during his presentation last month, they do have 4 million between their current budget and the tax cap.
Ms. Burnett?
I find this to be gross negligence towards our borough, towards our community, but let's vote.
A yes vote will make the required local contribution 67 million. A no vote will defeat the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Maple.
Where is it as it stands? I thought it was at 67 and that.
We're officially naming it. It ends the discussion. It passes, then we're done. Mr. DeGraw.
Just to provide, yeah, we have some new board members. So at some point, during the recommended budget process, the board will oftentimes have a specific vote on the local contribution. Sometimes it can be part of the entire budget package, but this, I think the size of the deficit and just the circumstance that we're navigating this year is a little bit different. And so, yes, right now where the question, Ms. Maple, is where does it stand? Officially, it stands at 59 million as it stated in the proposed budget. So, but it can happen either way as part of a whole budget package or a specific vote specifically on the local contribution request.
Is there any further questions or debate? Mr. Burgess?
Am I interpreting this correct, that statement correctly, that completely lost my train of thought. This is what happens when I'm tired.
Local contribution ask.
Okay, right, thank you, Mr. DeGraw.
Just trying to jog your memory. Apologize for being out of order.
So am I, am I interpreting it correctly that that we can pass a budget with one number for the local contribution, but still make a resolution asking for a different number?
So it has happened in the past where there's the official ask in the recommended budget, and Mr. Dorn probably remembers this. We have had a side request. This is our official ask in the budget, but here's, you know, an alternative number to consider, and this is what that would do. That has happened in the past, yes.
Ms. Marati?
Can you explain that a little bit more? Because that sounds like something to consider. Or maybe just again, so I can wrap my head around it.
So, and I believe it was Miss Sanderson was the president of the board at the time. I'm getting the nod, yes. Couple of years ago, possibly, and there was an official request in the recommended budget. It was an increase from the administration's proposed budget, but there was a debate exactly the same as what's going on right here. It's how much of an increase should the board put forward. The debate was nearly identical, and it was a specific ask in the recommended budget, and then there was dialogue. This occurred so the board is going to present our budget to the assembly on April 17th, I believe, that Thursday evening, and there was messaging in that. Ms. Sanderson, as the board president, had comments and talking points towards the end of my presentation where she officially presented the ask, and then the official number was there, and then she also talked further on additional dollars that would be beneficial to the school district.
Oh, so may I follow up?
Yes, Ms.
There was a
Marati?
number, and then the unofficial number was higher,
Correct,
not lower.
correct.
I see.
Mr. Doran?
Okay, I'll leave it. Yeah, there are ongoing conversations, and actually last year we raised our official ask to 59. The mayor's budget was 55.4. The assembly, and we did describe, and Ms. Sanderson did a very good job in presenting it and what that difference, that additional 4 million would be, but also the conversation, but if it went with the mayor's recommended, what that meant to us, and could we live with that? We knew we were asking more. It turned out we got 50, but yeah, these conversations. And in the years past, those, we can go back that, there's ongoing conversations. What does it mean if the assembly adds more? And I give the assembly great credit for supporting literacy when they added $1 million to the district budget 2 minutes before midnight. And their conversation was, what would we use that for? And it was for literacy, and they gave more. So these are ongoing conversations.
Are we ready for the vote? Mr. Burgess?
I feel like this is, I was working through this exercise under the assumption that whatever number we put in this budget is the ask. Okay. That's not what I was.
This vote, Mr. DeGraw, would you like to explain? You're probably
Just to clarify Mr. Burgess' comment, is your question, whatever the ask is, my understanding is the assembly is not prohibited from giving more than that ask to try to answer your question, if I'm understanding it correctly. That does not cap the borough's ability to provide additional dollars to the district.
But what we pass here is our official ask. Our official ask. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Maple?
So with what Mr. DeGraw shared considered, we could theoretically pass a $64 million ask and do what Ms. Sanderson did and present our $64 million balanced budget with the ask of 67 so that we don't have to make X, Y, and Z cuts. Am I understanding, Mr. DeGraw, what is that, what that could look like?
That would be accurate.
Okay, just for my understanding.
Ms. Marati?
With that new information and that intent, I would be in favor of doing that.
We just voted down a whole bunch of motions that we could walk it all back. We could be here all night long, or we can pass this as our ask and we can pass them our cut list and we can vote on that cut list. And I will be more willing to break ties on a cut list than I will be on a budget. Ms. Maple?
I understand, and I hear loud and clear from members of this board that we don't want to be here all night and that we don't want to go through all this stuff again. Neither do I. I've got 2 kids at home. My husband leaves town tomorrow, and I will be alone for the next 8 days with my kids after not seeing them for 3 days and not seeing my husband. I don't want to be here either, but I want to believe in what I put forward, and I don't right now. And so I will lose the vote, and that's fine. I can lose the vote. But if there is interest in putting something forward that we believe is a more reasonable ask. I want to ask for 67. I think we deserve 67. I think our kids deserve 75. And I don't think I'm going to get it. And I would rather put forward and let our administration plan for what's coming than not. And I know it is not how I entered this conversation on Monday. I made an entire plan. I made my own budget. This is not where I stood, but I'm listening and it's what I'm hearing despite everything in me wanting to ask for 75 and go home right now and hug my husband and kiss my kids goodnight.
Ms. Marati, then Ms. Burnett.
Can I get clarification on the motion that we're on right now?
The motion on the table is a $67 million local contribution.
Thank you. Can I get clarification on the number that Ms. Maple is considering? Is it 64 million? Because that's cuts of 3 million that we discussed earlier.
Yeah, and that question, was that to me?
Yeah, through the chair.
Yes, and for context, if we did that, the vote that failed even by myself was the kinder aids. If that 400,000 is not in there, we can still, if that cut is not considered, that still could be a passable $64 million budget without considering the kinder aids altogether, based off my math.
Can I ask one more clarifying question?
Go ahead, Ms. Marati.
Through the chair, was that one at every grade level? Because the motions were the different groups of grades.
It's everything but kindergarten. And I put them separately because because they impact those grade levels dramatically differently.
Right. Okay. Are we allowed to amend motions? I know that we talked yesterday about not doing that because it's confusing.
I'm asking to be able to speak. May I?
Sure.
Have the permission? I would really ask the board to please pass a budget that says what we need. I stood here in this chambers last year, and we had this discussion, and I was on the losing end, and I know what that feels like. There were bags of sugar, there was lots, and that's not a dig at you, Miss Burnett. I went through this. I know what it's like. I've done this, and we didn't ask for what we needed, and we got even less than what we wanted. I'm just asking us to trust our community and to trust our borough assembly, and then, once we do that, we will immediately begin, and it's the same thing, and we will make the cut list, and we will pass that to them too, and it's basically another budget, and it will say, here it is. Here is the other alternative. If you give us this money, this is what this looks like. I'm not trying, people have been getting accused of rushing the process. I'm not. I am tired, but I will be here till 1 a.m. again if that's what needed to happen. I am a martyr in my soul. I will do that. Please, I'm asking this board, out of respect for me, to give a budget that asks for what we actually need. Mr. Burgess, then Mr. Doran.
In conversations I've had with Borough Assembly members, I do feel like 64 is the more realistic number. And I didn't want that to stop us from asking for 67. With that said, I believe that if they have a path to 67 or higher, that they will pursue it. I know that Borough Assembly members are listening to this conversation, and that they will hear what we really need. I am, as I mentioned earlier, I am aware of the risk of, that Mr. DeGraw mentioned moments ago, that if we wait too long, it causes more problems for the district. So I am going to move to amend the motion to make the local contribution $64 million.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Doran?
I think the direction to go to 64 is the right direction. Last year, we did ask for more. We really took into account what we felt we needed at that time. We asked, and it did not happen. We will be back to look at our budget. This is our recommended budget, but we will look at it in terms of the local contribution and also look at it in terms of what actually comes from the state. The ask that, or the amount of local revenue that we put in this budget now is our official ask. It may go up, it may go down, depending on the borough action. But it's our official ask. And that's how we balance this budget, what we do on the revenue side. Balance off what we need or what we can reasonably expect. We are cutting services. I would support what President Hardy said earlier in terms of, yes, later on, once we get the budget, we can make our list and prioritize what we would add back, as well as we will have a prioritized list of what would be the next cuts, depending on local and state. But I think moving in the direction of recognition that we are one service within our borough, and they have tough choices to make as an assembly, as we have tough choices here. So I am fully supportive of making that, being somewhat optimistic, moving in that direction. 64, personally, I think is still high, but it's the right direction to move than 67.
Ms. Burnett?
I'd like to echo those comments. I think this is a more realistic ask. I think it also is still high, but it's something that I would feel comfortable. This is not we don't respect you, President Hardy. We respect you. You have done the hard work. You have done the hard things, and 100% hear you, but we need to be realistic, and this is more realistic, and I would support this as well.
Mr. DeGraw, before we proceed, can you please mark it at 67 and save the work of the board. So that it's there as a add back list. And then I know for me, when I hit go back, it brings me exactly back to where I was.
Okay,
So that we have a record of this balanced budget.
okay, so save.
Save this so that we don't have confusion of what it was.
Can we take a brief recess to make sure I
Sure.
do this accurately?
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
We are back from recess. I believe that there was some motions that the board wanted to make.
We need to vote on.
Yeah, we have an amendment to the motion on the table.
Okay, and the amendment to the motion on the table was for a local contribution of 64?
Correct.
Okay. A yes vote sets the local contribution at 64. A no vote defeats the motion. Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Ms. Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion carried.
May I have some more motions? Mr. Doran,
Move to close Two Rivers.
Second.
is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Doran,
I make this motion with, as we all know, a heavy heart, but I think it's realistic. My first choice of school was not passed by the board, so this is the next one on that list. And I think that we need to close an additional school. And I'm looking at closing at least one additional this year, that Two Rivers is the next.
is there any other debate on this motion? Mr. Burgess,
I am not in support of any elementary school closures at this time. I believe that I would like to stick to the previous discussion about making a stronger strategic plan and giving the community more time to prepare for the change and to provide their expert stakeholder input. So I'm not in support of this motion.
is there any other debate? I will put myself on the record that I also do not support closing another school. I believe in our strategic plan. I believe that that's what our community asked for. A yes vote will close Two Rivers. A no vote will defeat the motion. I don't even actually know if we can make this motion. We can because it was in the previous agenda. It's properly noticed.
I mean, it's a continuation of the budget process, and so if the board decided to go in this direction and a school closure was decided upon, that would be a part of the recommended budget, and then the board would need to come back for a clear action item in future, at a future board meeting that's noticed.
Okay, thank you for that. A yes vote will close Two Rivers. A no vote will defeat the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Ms. Maple,
No.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Ms. Marati,
Nope.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
No.
Motion failed.
I need another motion. Mr. Burgess.
Move to increase middle school PTR to 30 and high school PTR to 32.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Mr. Burgess?
I don't particularly like that I'm advocating for increasing PTR. It's been discussed many times. I think that my opinion on this is on record. However, I do think that this is a cut that is potentially reversible. There will be challenges, but it's, in my opinion, a better move than closing a school.
Ms. Maple?
Through the chair to the administration, is there, when we're looking at educational impacts, this increases middle school by 3. I know the educational impact of any of these is negative. Is spreading that to include, to pull one of those from middle and apply it to elementary, are the impacts larger at that elementary level?
Can I ask for a clarification?
Yeah, for sure.
So going back to your earlier proposal in terms of one across the board, comparing that to Mr. Burgess's proposal right now, is that the clarification that you're seeking?
Kind of. Mine's just lowering, so I think that what I would be looking at would be 1 at elementary, 2 at middle, and 2 at high school. Is that? Sorry.
Mr. Burgess?
Looking at balancing act real quick, an increase of 1 across the board would get us where we need to be. But I think the.
So so yes, then that is the question. Would it make, is 1 across the board potentially less impactful than multiple at a specific grade level?
My recommendation would be to look at 1 across the board rather than multiples at the high school level. We've had a lot of conversation around, especially at the high school level, PTR isn't a cap in classrooms. And so that could be a swing of 4, 5, 6 students in a room. And so when I look at impacts across the landscape, I would recommend small incremental increases across the board rather than large swings at the secondary level.
Ms. Marati?
If this is out of order, just let me know. But move to amend the motion to increase grades 1 through 12 by 1 across the board.
Second.
Is there any debate on this amendment to the motion? Mr. Burgess?
I just wanted to ask the administration for clarification on my previous statement when I said that PTR is potentially reversible through the chair.
So PTR is not a flexible cut. We've had some conversation around that. 1, on the front side, teachers are incredibly hard to find. 2, when we're talking about that May 15th date and the unknowns about the borough finishing their budget by that time, that becomes challenging, especially if we're looking at large PTR increases. If that's past May 15th, the board doesn't have that option any longer. And so then you'd be back to considering other options that cut millions of dollars. And so it's not as flexible as one thinks, especially in the landscape of the recruiting of teachers. And so yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran?
I'm going to support the increase in PTR here because we have to balance the budget. We're already, we're out of balance. It is, my concerns are that the PTR affects every single school in our district. Knowing what it means within a classroom, knowing the ripple effects, it really concerns me. But if that's the only way the board can get to a balanced budget, since other options have been ruled out, will impact every classroom, every school. But I will support it to get us to a balanced budget.
Is there any further debate on this motion? Seeing none, I'll put myself in the queue. Well, I have said many times, was that a hand that I missed? No, okay. That I don't support raising PTR, given that this is our new budget. I will vote to raise PTR because that is where we're at, and I am capable of realizing when you've lost the day, and that's what a good leader does. Ms. Richardson, could you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
May I have another motion? Mr. Burgess?
Apologize because I don't have a motion at this time, and that last one didn't actually quite get us to where we needed. I had something else checked on my.
It would not be dilatory if you'd like to add more PTR or something.
Yeah, I'd need another minute. If someone else has a motion, I'd love for them to make it.
Would you like a recess? Okay.
Do we want to reconsider, we cut 2 at Hutch, do we want to reconsider the second cut at Barnett? Is there a second to that conversation even?
Make a motion to reconsider.
Move to reconsider reducing Barnett by 1 additional instructor, or FTE rather, sorry.
Can I-
Second.
Just for Robert's rules, confirm, was Ms. Maple on the presiding side of that original vote? Or prevailing side? I just don't remember.
It wasn't, I lost.
Okay, could someone who was on the prevailing side of that vote please make that motion?
Wasn't it a split vote, 3-3?
Okay, so then,
No.
Okay. You lost, you can't make the motion.
No, I have
Bonnie?
a question for you.
Mr. Burgess, or Mr. Doran?
Just a question. Given your comment earlier, as long as it's not dilatory, that you would rule that we could come back to something. And I would suggest this isn't dilatory. So.
Sure, the chair agrees this isn't dilatory. Ms. Maple, did you want to make that motion again?
I move to reduce Barnett by 1 FTE.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any debate on this motion?
120.
Seeing none, a yes vote will reduce Barnett's FTE by 1 vote. A no vote will keep it the same. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Nope.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Ms. Burnett.
Sorry, guys. I move to reduce ADC expenditures by 600,000.
Motion fails for lack of a second. Ms. Maple. Was that a hand, Ms. Maple?
Yeah. I move to reduce the best classroom tutor.
Second.
Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, a yes vote will remove the best classroom tutor. A no vote will keep the tutor. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Move to reduce the one education specialist FTE for best.
Motion fails for lack of a second. Ms. Maple.
I know we changed our ELP to being that we have a pot that we would like the administration to use as they see fit. Are you able to tell me what that pot is at?
So
Or what the cut of it is at, rather, would be a more.
did the pot equal the staff that was remaining? That would be my question back.
It was all ELP, just pooled to let the administration decide how they spent that money.
That would take me a moment to get a figure on that.
I think my question's simpler than that, sorry.
Yeah.
As it stands now, we had decided to cut, was it that we decided to cut 7 positions? And is it 7 total that we had said we were gonna cut, I guess is my question.
The whole 7.5, I believe. Have to double check secondary.
So then it will still require, I apologize, require more work, but if we added 1 ELP cut to that, my question is how many FTEs would remain? Sorry.
Yes, no, that's a good question. So there's still 2 middle school ELP FTEs remaining. There's 1 remaining in elementary school and there's 2 remaining in middle school.
So one additional cut would have 2 ELP positions total.
Correct.
Okay, I don't want to make that motion. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mr. Doran,
I'm going to move that we make the local contribution ask at 63.5 million.
Second. No, not second.
Ms. Maple withdraws her second. Mr. Doran, was the intent of your motion to reduce the local contribution or increase the local
Yes.
contribution? To reduce it.
Correct.
Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. Ms. Maple,
I would like to move to make the local contribution request reflect this exactly at, does it have to be an even number?
I would request that the motion reflect a $64.2 million local contribution.
I would like to, I move to make the local request, the local revenue request, $64.2 million.
Second.
Ms. Marati,
I have one more idea before we increase revenue. Can we do what we did last time and lay that on the table?
Is that a motion or do I just say it? I move to lay my motion on the table.
Second.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it in a motion form.
take a vote to
Oh,
lay
sorry.
a motion on the table. Ms. Richardson, a yes vote lays the motion on the table. A no vote keeps the motion for the body to discuss. Ms. Richardson, would you please, assuming there's no debate, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yeah.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Ms. Marati,
Move to change LAD and to reverse K8s to K5s for $120,000 savings.
motion fails for lack of a second. I don't know if anyone can.
Move to
Yeah.
pick it up off the table.
Does need a second?
Does need a second.
Second.
The motion before us is to pick up a local contribution of $64,200,000 from the table. A yes vote will make that before the board for consideration. A no vote will leave it on the table. Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
sorry. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion before us is a $64,200,000 local contribution. Is there any debate on this motion? Ms. Maple?
Just for the sake of clarification, I am making this motion because I am going through every option here, and there is not a single other cut that I am willing to put forward, nor that I believe would get a second, which is why I've decided to add the .2.
Ms. Burnett?
I just would like to one time really encourage the board to have the conversation on contracting out custodial services, even if it's only for the 1.5 million. I understand what that does. I understand what the community has said. that best cut is not a good thing. There are things in this budget that FMD reduction I don't agree with, and I just would really like to have that discussion.
Ms. Maple?
Ms. Burnett, is that, you'd like to hear from the administration to start that? Is that what you're
Yes, please.
suggesting?
Ms. Burnett, can you clarify what you would like to hear from the administration? Just, I'm confused.
Well, honestly, we're nickel and diming at this point. We're making cuts to BEST, which happens to be our fastest growing program. I get that this is not easy. I get that nothing we do here is an answer. I get that. I'm staring at this contracting of custodial services, and I just keep coming back to it. And again, I understand, I guess it's not anything from the administration. I just would like to just express my concern that we're not doing that. I guess, I don't know.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on the motion of a local contribution of $64,200,000? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, well, let me clarify. The vote would make that our local contribution, and I believe our budget will be balanced. A no vote will defeat the motion. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
motion carried.
We good?
Yeah, so I would just request a minimum half-hour recess, possibly up to 45 minutes, and we'll keep you updated. We'll keep Dr. Miter updated on our progress as we dot some i's, cross our
Okay.
t's.
For the listening public, Mr. DeGraw is going to go work with his team to finalize this budget, and then they will come back and we will need to make a procedural motion to approve this as our final budget to pass to the Borough Assembly. We are in recess until which time Mr. DeGraw has completed his work. The board has returned from its recess, and we return to Mr. DeGraw. Do we want to make that motion? Mr. Doran?
I move to amend the main motion with the following substitute. Move to approve the FY25 school district recommended budget with budgeted revenue in all funds totaling $229,656,158 and budgeted expenditures in all funds totaling $229,656,158.
Second.
And it's the ruling of the chair that this motion will replace the original motion that was made yesterday to approve the district's recommended budget for fiscal year 25. Mr. Doran, or not Mr. Doran, Mr. DeGraw.
Thank you, President Hardy. So you have two new documents in front of you. The first is the recommended budget resolution shows a total of all funds. Those numbers have been updated. The operating fund, and this document is comparing the current recommended budget that the board is approving with the FY24 approved budget. The only differences between this document and the one you received at the beginning of our meeting is the operating fund revenue declined by $2.8 million. That was the difference between the $67 million that we were discussing last evening to the final $64.2 million that the board arrived on today. The student transportation fund also increased by the $95,000, which was the smart van cost. And then the memo from Dr. Meinert to the board just again describes the adjustments between the proposed budget and recommended budget. There are some changes there reflecting Barnett, just additional changes that the board made this evening. Instead of reducing 3 grade 6 secretaries, it's a 2 FTE reduction. There was an additional Barnett teacher reduction and some various items there. And also the PTR numbers, the FTEs, there are some changes there that were a little different than where we came to. When we first arrived today from yesterday, we were restoring PTR to current year, and now we adjusted those to reflect PTRs at elementary of 26, middle school at 28, and then high school at 31. So there was a little change there. So if there's no questions from board members, what I'd like to do per President Hardy's request is to go through the Balancing Act tool one final time and just articulate for the board as well as the public where we're landing tonight on our recommended budget.
That would be great. And if we could go slow, just to make sure that everybody is able to really understand and digest.
Absolutely. And I'll try to give context as much as possible in the different areas, maybe, what's left. Unfortunately, obviously, we're making some reductions that are, difficult for the school district and the community. And so, I'll try to provide as much information and context as possible as we go through those areas. So starting on the left side of the tool, we have our local revenue category. We have settled tonight, and here in advance, I'll apologize up front. We didn't have time to update the tool to reflect the $64.2 million local contribution request that the board is making to the borough. I'm sure folks have noticed at the top, we still have just shy of a $200,000 deficit, but if we were to be able to update that 64 to $64.2 million ask, that would green out that line. And I was pulling for a green line, but we'll just we'll get one maybe for our next meeting and show it. So that is officially not a 64 as it's showing, but it's $64.2 million, and that's an increase of $10.2 million compared to our current year local contribution, and it's a $5.2 million increase over our proposed budget ask. In state revenue, we're assuming two things. We are assuming the equivalent state revenue of a $6,300 BSA, which would be a $340 BSA increase over the current $5,960. And we're also including an assumption of approximately $1 million in READS Act revenue. That's been a big conversation topic in Juneau. We saw movement, that was great movement. I'm very encouraged by that in SB 140, and there's conversation and dialogue about new bills coming online that will hopefully include READS Act support, because our district desperately needs that, and we're eager to utilize supports to help students read better. So. And then our federal revenue, that's the majority of that is federal impact aid for military connected students, and we're leaving that status quo compared to our proposed budget. Any questions from board members on revenue before I move on to expenditures? All right. So, and I'll go through various categories here on the expenditure side. We'll start with elementary schools. We're unfortunately reducing a total of $1.4 million approximately. There at the top line, it shows that amount. We're leaving kindergarten class sizes constant, steady with current year levels at 25 students per class. And again, a target. We've talked about that often. It's a target. In grades 1 through 5, we are increasing the PTR from 25 to 26, so an increase of 1. In our certified staff, other certified staff in the elementary ranks, we're reducing a total of 7 elementary ELP teachers. There's currently a total of 8, so that would leave 1 ELP teacher remaining in our elementary grades.
Mr. Burgess?
I just wanted to I think that during the discussion we had suggested that rather than individual positions being cut, that the board's intent at this point in time is to cut a certain amount from ELP and allow the district administration to distribute that funding as they see fit, whether it's to elementary or secondary.
Yes, so that, to that point, thank you for that reminder, Mr. Burgess. So to that point, what we'll end up doing is taking the dollars of the equivalent position, the positions that remain, as well as supply dollars are still remaining, and then, yes, agreed.
For the illustration purposes of what's been removed, could you please just read it as, and we can even go by line items, or we can add it up. This is a reduction of how much money coming from our ELP program.
So this is approximately $740,000 of reductions in the ELP program. So 480 of the 4 teachers, and then 360 additional. Each FTE in this category is approximately $120,000. So it's 7 positions, and that's actually $840,000. So of a total of 960. So this salary totals for those 8 positions is 960,000, and 840 of that is being reduced. Certainly a difficult one for board members, I can imagine. We are reducing 2 FTE Barnett teachers. Here in this category, we're reflecting we're reflecting corresponding costs related to the READS Act revenue that we are assuming at the state level, and so we are implementing READS Act implementation costs there. And then we're also looking to cover approximately $82,000 in screening expenses at the district level, also to be covered by READS Act, hopeful READS Act revenue that we see from the state. And that's actually a cost savings. Kindergarten aides, the proposed budget had 17 FTE reduced, approximately half of those positions, and we have fully restored kindergarten aides to our classes district-wide. And library associates are on the list, but those remain status quo. Supply funding, so this is discretionary supply budgets at the school levels. Those were reduced by 50%. And for a total of 165,000. So I'll list out those totals to give folks a context of how much that is. So 50% is $165,000. So and again, extended learning supplies, we've reduced those. There's a total supply allocation of 14,000, and we're reducing 7,000 of that. Again, at district's discretion on how to utilize those funds. Activity funding at the elementary level has been reduced by $68,700, and that's 50% of elementary activity allocations. Any additional questions on the elementary category? All right, so on to secondary. We, just like elementary schools, we've increased class sizes at middle school by 1 student from 27 current to 28 in grades 6 through 8. And then in grades 9 through 12, we've increased the PTR from 30 to 31. So 1 additional student in each class in secondary. And then in other certified staff in our secondary schools, we're reducing assistant principal, 2.0 assistant principals specifically at our high schools. And then we're increasing activity coordinators district-wide by 0.6 next year, and that's compared to current year for a total of 72,000. That will leave, just for the public's information, that will leave a 0.4 allocation activity coordinator at each of the remaining 4 high schools, as well as 1 district-wide activity coordinator that will serve all schools. We are reducing 0.5 middle school ELP teacher. There's currently 2.5, and so that leaves 2.0 ELP teachers for our middle school category. Again, to be utilized, those funds, same as the elementary, the monetary amount there is $120,000 approximately per position, so a total of $240,000. We're reducing 2 FTE Hutchinson High School teachers. That's specifically reducing their small school allocation from 5 down to 3 teachers. Again, librarians in the secondary level remain status quo. In the support staff area, we're reducing 2 FTE grade 6 secretaries at our 2 larger high schools. And then again, just to reiterate, the safety assistants here are on the list, but those positions are not being eliminated. Simply the funding source is being changed from the operating fund to grants. Library assistants unchanged. And then at the Westcott Pool, we're reducing the Westcott Pool annual fee as well as the swim aid at North Pole Middle that serves Westcott Pool. And as has been mentioned several times, that pool is closed and will not reopen until January of 2025. In supplies, we're reducing our discretionary supply budgets, our middle and high schools, by 50%. The value of that is $219,000 for context. And that activity funding remains status quo for next year compared to this year. And then we are reducing the bucket of resources the administration will allocate, we're reducing that by $7,500, which is the equivalent of 50% of high school ELP supply allocations. And that concludes the secondary category. Any questions before I move on? All right. For alternative programs, we have found approximately $225,000 in tuition cost savings at our North Star College school. And that's related to some reduced credit requirements for students there at North Star College. We have reduced one FTE North Star College teacher. We are reducing a best classroom teacher at our best homeschool. I apologize, tutor, classroom tutor. In the SMART program van, that's unchecked just for the public's knowledge. Our intent is still to stand up that van for our SMART program, and we've moved that to our transportation fund, and that's appropriate as it would fall under that fund as an expense. And then our reentry assessment allocation, we've reduced that from $50,000 down to $30,000 for a savings of $20,000. Any questions on alternative programs?
A question, Mr. Burgess.
Was there an additional reduction to the assessments that's not reflected in the tool?
I believe so. I mean, that was part of that $20,000 earlier in the evening that wasn't captured in the tool, $10,000 for the assessments and $10,000 for the youth leadership institutes.
Could I?
Since we balanced, yeah.
I have a solution for that. So we've done the work of, we have a motion that we can capture that in our approved budget. Would that be acceptable is that okay? Once, just for the board's knowledge, the moment we approve a version of our budget, we start a running list behind the scenes of edits and adjustments we know we're going to make for the next budget version. And so that would be the first item. So we can capture those savings for our approved budget. And ultimately, that's the one that counts. So we'll do that. Thank you.
We've got another one for you, Ms. Marati.
Could you, for the public, explain where we're at in the budget process when it comes, because we were just talking about another budget and people probably going like, what? And that this is the recommended budget, what happens with that, and then the approved budget?
Could we finish going through the budget? If that's, we haven't quite finished going through it, if you don't mind. That's okay? Okay. And then I would definitely support that, but I feel like for the public so that they can follow the train of thought.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be happy to go through timeline. Okay, so that finishes our alternative programs section. Onto district administration. So we've reduced $10,000 from the Board of Education travel budget for next year. In the curriculum arena, we've reduced curriculum materials by $700,000. For context, the total budget there, the total normal budget is about $915,000. So a little more than a couple $100,000 remains for 25. We have reduced our teacher laptop replacement payment for next year at $386,000. We already have plans in the works to make our next round of teacher laptop purchases. So that's a good thing.
Can you also describe what that did to our equipment replacement fund so that the public is aware?
Yeah, so about $2.7 million was in that fund at the beginning of the year. There's money going out, money coming in. we talked about this a little bit yesterday. There's still a $200 credit buyback that we can get on those laptops. When all the dust settles, that will pretty much exhaust the funds remaining in our equipment replacement fund. That fund purchases Chromebooks for a one-to-one program for students, as well as iPads at many of the lower elementary levels and our special ed programs. And then it's also funding teacher laptops and other staff devices. So yeah, that will pretty much exhaust the funds there. There'll be another round of the way that fund is resourced is we charge an amount per student each year that is pretty close to replacing devices on a 4 to 5 year cycle, student devices. So
Just for clarification, you say charge, as in like to our students, they pay a fee, or that's what I want to clarify?
thank you for that question. Yeah, we charge the general fund. So out of the general fund comes those dollars, and that it's a per student fee. And yeah, not to families, but we charge the general fund per student, per brick and mortar student, and then that resources that equipment replacement fund.
Mr. Doran?
Try not to get too much in the weeds on this, but just an understanding that comes back off the school supply budgets, which we've got 50%, is that correct?
No, that's a good question. I appreciate that question, Mr. White. It does not. So when we first stood up the program, we actually did not reduce school supply budgets. It was a creation of additional dollars that was allocated, and basically then we started to take it back. So not a reduction to supplies when it first happened, and does not impact supply budgets.
And quick follow-up.
Yeah.
So that student per student thing, that will come back into the equipment replacement budget. So even though we're basically going to almost deplete it, we're going to immediately be
Yes,
putting money back in.
dollars will return back in shortly. Yeah, correct. District administration reductions at $500,000. And then that concludes administration. Any additional questions on that section before I move on? Okay. School closures, we have the closure of Ben Eidelson Junior Senior High School in our school closure section. And then in facilities maintenance, we've maintained our current staffing and custodial services, and then an additional $100,000 in reductions in our FMD department. And then lastly, we originally in the proposed budget, we had a transportation subsidy of $800,000. Historically and currently, well, currently the amount we receive from the state for our transportation services is far less than the actual costs of providing those services. And so historically, the operating fund has had to subsidize the transportation fund. We've been able to, a combination of reduced routes due to school closure, as well as just the bus driver shortage that we've experienced, we've been able to zero out that subsidy over the last 2 to 3 years, but we're soon returning to the point where we're going to have to begin subsidizing that fund again and make some difficult decisions going forward on how we seed our transportation services. So for the time being, we've reduced that subsidy back down to zero, and that is the end of the list. Any other questions at all? Hopefully that provides folks a good overview of the different cuts, and I can go into timeline now if you'd like.
That would be great. Thank you.
All right, so the general timeline that the district takes is in the fall, programs, schools, departments start to put together their needs, and unfortunately, it hasn't been wants a lot lately, but ideally it's wants and desires to help students and do what we do as a school district. Those departments, programs, and schools eventually meet with Dr. Minert and myself and communicate those needs, and that's how we start to put together what's called the proposed budget. That's the first draft of our budget. We hear from stakeholders around within the district during the fall, and then by about the end of December, we have a first draft, that proposed budget built, and then we present that budget to the Board of Education at the beginning of February. And then the board begins to quote unquote work that budget by looking at it, poring over it. We have several work sessions, regular meetings, where the board then begins to hear feedback from various stakeholders within the district, outside the district, the community, and get feedback in several different ways. I think this is the most robust budget season I've ever experienced here, and rightfully so. You know, we've had some difficult challenges, and education's important to this community, so it's been quite the robust process. We're coming to the end of that phase of the budget cycle, where after the board hears the feedback and unfortunately has to make the difficult decisions that you've made tonight, and that completes the recommended budget, which is the second version of the budget. One of the most important parts of that budget is the local contribution ask that we've debated and talked about quite a bit tonight. And so that then goes across the river over to the budget. My office will complete the behind the scenes work on this budget next week, and then we'll get that budget delivered to the borough by April 1st. And then the borough then work just like the board has worked the proposed budget, the borough will, in a sense, not to as intense of a degree as you have worked our proposed budget, but they will work that, mainly the local contribution ask, into their borough budget and see how it fits in there. And you know, hopefully we receive as much, if not more than that ask that we've made. And then they determine what they're going to give to the district by, typically it's the second week of May. It sounds like it's going to be a little bit later than that this year, just given the circumstances around the special election and whatnot. So sometime in May, they will get us a response on the local contribution that they will set. And then typically, if the local contribution is exactly what the board asks for, sometimes, all the time, there's not much work left to do. We've already set, there might or might not be work left to do if it's exactly what we ask for. If it's different than what we ask for, then there's more work to do. Either if it's more, then well, what on the cut list can we add back, our priorities? If it's unfortunately less, then we would have to come back and make further reductions or make decisions to tackle the lower amount. And the board would typically finalize the last version of that budget, the approved budget, typically sometime the end of May or the first week or two of June. And the last few years, it's gotten later and later. The wild card there is also how long the state takes to settle on our state level revenue. Last year, there was the unfortunate veto that happened middle of June, and so it really delayed the decisions the board was able to make until the end of June. And so that June 30th is kind of a hard deadline to get a budget passed, and then my office submits the official approved budget, that third version, to the state by July 15th. And that's our budget cycle in a nutshell.
Any questions from the board? Thank you so much, Mr. Grell. You've shepherded us through this process expertly, and we really appreciate it.
It's been my pleasure. It's my job. But I don't mean that, and I don't mean that. I realize that's not, I did not mean it like that. I'm serious, I didn't. I was just gonna say, you know, we're walking through this with you. I can see the the passion and the care of our district and students and our community. And we have the same passion that you do. And so, yeah, I meant that with all due respect. I'm happy to be here. And yeah, it's a difficult, it's tough for the board, I know, and it's tough for Dr. Miner, it's tough for myself, it's tough for directors, it's tough for staff, all across the district. Ton of great staff. So just proud to be a part of it.
Am I correct, still tired, that we now should move this motion in any debate? We're at that point. Okay, the motion has been moved. Is there any debate on this motion? Ms. Maradi?
This is where we can share support or not, or
You-
whatever. This is not the budget, and I don't speak for the board, but I can safely say this is not the budget that any of us wanted. It's not the budget that the district deserves, our students deserve. But this is a logical budget. It's a budget that includes $9.5 million in cuts, and it's a budget that includes an increased ask of $9.5 million from the Borough Assembly. It is logical, it is fair, it is moderate, and we received some email saying that we didn't make any cuts, that we're pushing things off. We made $9.5 million in cuts. That's significant. So I am in favor of this budget because it shows the work that the district put into it, and it has an expectation that the Assembly will honor that. So I'm in favor of this budget.
Mr. Doran?
Point of clarity, so I know when to make my comments. What we're going to be voting on is the amendment that will, if that amendment passes, that will become our main motion, and we'll be able at that time to address the main motion. Is that correct?
If that is what you wish, Mr. Doran, yes, make it so.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments on this amendment? Mr. Burgess?
Just wanted to echo Ms. Maradi's comments. As one principal or in our district said to me, this what we're getting from the state is a certain kind of unpalatable sandwich, and I'm paraphrasing. And this budget reflects, the work that the board and the district has done together here. We didn't agree on everything, on every cut to make or what kind of assumption to make on local revenue. And that just reflects that each of us was trying to take bites of this sandwich in different ways. And it didn't taste good to any of us. So, but I am proud that we were able to work together and come up with something that everyone can live with, and that it does reflect, to a certain extent, what we need. It is not perfect. It is far from it, but it is a reflection of working with what we think we'll have. And so I'm going to support this. I really appreciate the many hours of work that has been put into it by so many individuals. And I thank the board for that work. It was tough, but we, I think, do make a pretty good team. So I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Is there any other comments on this amendment? Seeing none, a yes vote, and please correct me if I'm wrong, will pass this amendment, and then we will go back to the main motion as amended. Okay. So a yes vote and a no vote would defeat the amendments? Everybody good? All right. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
So now we are to the main motion as amended. If board members would now like to make comments on this, they are welcome to do that. Wasn't sure. Mr. Doran?
Thank you. I am going to be voting no on this budget. And I do so and want to emphasize that it's not to detract in any way from the hard work and the heavy thinking that each member has put into this budget. But this lacks some very, very important things for me. I see it as impractical and impractical and untenable budget. I have major concerns about our local ask. I think it's too high. It's not achievable. I am concerned by the impact if we don't get that, as I am concerned by the potential impact from the state if they don't come through at the bare minimum level that we are anticipating. And makes our decisions really, really hard when we come back in June. I am concerned that we have avoided decisions that we know need to be made. And in that sense, kicked some of those down the road, which leaves many in our community on tenterhooks. So I don't support this because it doesn't really move us, in my opinion, far enough to be in a good position to make sound decisions or as best we can down the road. I am hopeful, and I would love to have a situation where the state comes in with a higher revenue for us, and that we can restore some things, but the budget still has major impacts that we knew or was prepared for. I'll talk for myself, as I was prepared for this spring to have to make decisions, and I'm particularly thinking in terms of school closures. And that I think we owed it to our community to do that. So for these various reasons, I will not be voting in favor of this budget.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Doran's comments and concerns. You know, I share many of them, honestly, but I'm supporting this, and it's for a reason that I articulated earlier in the evening as well. I know there's risks in this budget. There's risks in whatever budget we pass. And the situation that I see looking forward is that no matter what kind of cuts we make in this budget, even if we had closed more schools and increased PTR, we would still be facing a similar situation next year if we don't get the funding that we desperately need from the state, that districts around the state desperately need. And I said it earlier, but I do not see a way that we can provide a viable education in 2 years' time. Next year, we might be able to piece something together, but I'm not seeing it right now. And I think that that's a conversation to be had in strategic planning, of course. But, the risks here, there are risks. And we're going into that with eyes wide open. We are trusting our borough assembly to come through as much as possible, and I believe that they will. I believe that they would do more if they could, but I think the $64 million ask is reasonable, and it is reflective of almost what we need, short about $3 million. And really, that's still short, but not to belabor the point. There's no way to get ahead of the cuts when we're in a situation like this. We have cut everything that we can. We are trying our best as a board to produce a budget that will provide a viable education for students in the coming year and will give the community the time that they have expressed that they need as we make a plan that will include closing additional schools, possibly beyond the ones that we had listed this year. I want the entire community to understand that this is where we're going, and we need everyone's help to get out of this. We need everyone to advocate to the legislature, to the governor, to the borough, and do anything that you can. If you don't want to see more school closures, if you don't want to see class sizes increase 35, 40, who knows how high we'll have to go. We need the state to step up. And right now we're passing a budget that I hope that gives the community some time to advocate, to adjust to what our district will look like in the future. And it gives this board the time to make a plan that should have already been made years ago when previous boards saw this coming, as some have testified to. I'm supporting this. I appreciate all the hard work that's been put into it. Thank you.
Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, President Hardy. Sat here over the last 3 days, tore myself apart over the last 3 days, had a lot of people making comments over the last 3 days about things we have done, things we haven't done. Thank you, board, first, because to Bobby and Meredith, this is your first year on the board. I'm sorry that this is where we're at. I am very thankful. I've had a year and at least one budget season before this happened. This budget sucks. There's no other way to say it. No matter what we do, we're wrong. No matter what we do, the ridicule will be there. And at the end of the day, all we can do is what we feel is right in our hearts for the betterment of our students, our schools, our community. I really feel that there are some harder things we could have done. I do not like the ask. I'm glad it's down, absolutely. And board, I appreciate you so much for that. But I really feel that we could have saved some things like BEST, our transportation possibly. I just, there's so, our PTR. We fought all night on PTR and here we are increasing it. And I get it. I mean, I'm so worked up, I'm shaking. This sucks. I don't support this because of PTR. I don't support this because I feel we should have contracted out custodial. We should have made a harder choice, and how that's not even an easy thing to say, because how much harder is a harder choice when these are all hard choices that we have made. But that being said, I will be voting no, but as this passes, I will stand behind it. I will stand with this board. And we will move forward from this, and we will do what is necessary to come back from it. I pray that this funding comes through. I pray our legislators do something. I got word on SB 52 that people are trying to support right now. They're trying to throw some appropriations into it. Please email your legislators, support SB 52. So support these things. Email the yeses on SB 140 and tell them they need to also compromise. We need to figure this out and fix this, not just for our district, but for all districts, for rural districts, for big districts, for small districts, for them all. Email your assembly. This dog shelter that they got going on, and here we are, closing a school. I believe we should have closed another one and made a harder choice there too. And we're puppies versus kids. I don't understand where this has gone so wrong. And I see, you know, I get it. My comments aren't always in favor of everybody, but I do appreciate this board. I do appreciate the work. And I will stand behind what we do tonight.
Is there anyone else? Since I haven't spoken yet. And can the board tell me, are we feeling like these are our closing comments? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm. This is not the budget I wanted. This isn't anywhere close to the budget I wanted. It would be really nice to have the luxury to vote no. I don't have that luxury. We'd end up in a tie. That's not an option. But yeah, this is absolutely not the budget I wanted, and yet it will be the budget that I will present to the Borough Assembly. And I will present it with all of my heart, and I will advocate like I've been advocating since the day I applied to run for the school board, because that's what's the right thing to do. And that is the leadership that this community needs, and I am happy to do that. I was elected to do that, both by this community and then again by this board to be their president. Mr. Doran, I'm sorry if I was short with you today. I owe you an apology for that. I have valid feelings, but they don't entitle me to be rude. That goes against my ethics. I choose to be kind, always, and I failed. I'm sorry. To this community, the ball is in your court now. This budget, as I've said so many times, a budget is a list of priorities. And this reflects what the board feels that this community's priorities are. It reflects a lack of hope. I am an eternally optimistic person. I think being raised in a Golden Heart city probably got me there. I wanted a budget that passed with my values intact, that kept PTR, that respected schools of choice, that had the things that we needed, that had a strategic plan that we had clearly communicated will involve closing schools. We're not kicking any cans. We're not. I think we've made the community abundantly aware that this is not the end of the discussion. It is simply passing a budget that we have to pass by a really horrible timeline that none of us created. This whole system is broken. It's just bad. And I know a lot of you are confused, and why do we do it this way? I don't know either. As someone who is extremely logical, this defies logic. This is just doesn't make sense, and yet we've been doing it this way for decades. But here we are. This is what we're doing. So that's where we're at. You guys are going to have to show up and advocate and vote your conscience when the time comes. This budget reflects where this board feels this community's values lie. I believe in this community, and I believe you're better than that. I've been disappointed. I'm disappointed right now, and that's okay. And if we need to make even more hard cuts, I will make those, and I will stand by it. And I have no problem doing that and having to vote yes on something that I don't agree with, because a unanimous decision, even though we don't agree, shows that we're in this together. I'll end with thanking the board for their work. We did something so hard, and it stretched all of us in ways I don't think any of us were prepared for. And you all performed admirably. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you. And you each belong on this board, and you each bring something valuable to this board. To Mr. Lopez, I'm so sorry. And I am so grateful that you're here and that you're such a strong voice for our students. Dr. Meinert, thank you for helping us through this process. Carm, I don't know how you do it. Secretaries, or not secretaries, administrative assistants, but you know what I mean? You make the world go round. And to our administrative staff, thanks, guys. This budget cuts you guys so hard. And I know we're asking all of you to carry too much. And I'm sorry. With that, I will be voting yes. Is there any further debate? Mr. Lopez.
I think we said we're doing closing comments, so I'm just going to read mine. So when I joined this board last year, I did not expect at all to be making the decisions that we were doing today, more so on closing schools. However, as everyone has said on this board, we are elected to make these hard decisions. That's our job. I am disappointed in the decision made yesterday. I mean, I do support the board for keeping the timeline for our closing schools and not pushing it off. I think everyone at Allison appreciates that, but it is disappointing to everyone there. I think closing a school that has a large military student body, while we had just spoken on Month of the Military Child, it's hard. And it's worse to think that this has actually happened done before with Anderson. I did not support the closure of Allison, and all I can do now, and all we can do now, is try to support the majority of students from Allison that are going to North Pole and just help them have a smooth transition, that they'll have better education there. And I know that North Pole Middle and North Pole High are working hard to actually make that happen for us. They're putting things off for us. Having a base that one time had 4 schools on it to now only having 1, I would encourage all of the board members just to visit Eielson, just to be there with the students, with the staff. I think everyone would appreciate that. And also, I just want to finish. I just want to say that Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School opened up in the late 1940s, so around 75 years ago. And they used to have 4 schools on the base, and now it is dropped to 1, with 2 schools being closed in the past couple years. So for the future, we want to support efforts to prevent our military bases from moving in more of a downward direction. To that, I will be voting yes on the budget. I feel like we have put all of our effort into it, and it's the best thing that we can do at this moment right now. So thank you.
Seeing no further debate, a yes vote will pass this budget, and then it's in the Assembly's hands. A no vote will defeat the budget. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
No.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.